Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. Now, hold on one second. I'll say this before we get up for the national anthem. If you're attending to speak on the 2301 Newport Culture Cannabis item, that's been canceled and will not be considered, has been withdrawn by the applicant. With that, please stand and let's sing the national anthem together, and then afterwards say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets declared the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now is time for our moment of solemn expression. And we're glad to have from Costa Mesa First United Methodist Church, Pastor Matthew Hambrick to do the honors. So, Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let us pray. Our merciful Creator, we come to you this evening asking for that mercy. We live in a world where things can feel topsy-turvy, where it feels like our neighbors don't see the world the same way we do, and it's hard to know if we'll ever see reconciliation. Give us your grace and help us to know where you would have us to go and act to make our world just a little bit better. Help us to look to the helpers in our community, to see an example of what we could do as helpers. Give us your peace so that we can know that we have done all we can and leave the rest to you. Be with our elected officials this evening as they make decisions that will benefit our entire community. May they act with wisdom and a sense of your mercy. In grace and peace we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for singing. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Thank you. Mr. Preziosi, Mr. Preziosi is our acting city attorney tonight. Do you have a closed session report?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city council met in closed session on the 10 items on the closed session agenda report at approximately 4 p.m. this afternoon. It convened out of closed session shortly before 6 p.m. And while in closed session, the City Council took no reportable action on any of the 10 items. That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Preziosi. Okay, so we don't have any presentations tonight, so it's time for our public comments. So everybody gets 3 minutes. You can talk about anything that's not on one of our two noticed items, the public hearing and the new business item. So anything on the consent calendar or anything other than that. You can come to the podium. You get 3 minutes. You'll hear a sound after 2 minutes. Please wrap it up at that time. First, we'll go to the people that are in the chambers, and then after that, we'll go to Zoom. So, Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor.
Okay, and I have a presentation.
Okay, wait, we'll get it up. So
Okay, thank you.
Before we start your time.
Okay, here it is. Fairview Nature Park. This is the east side of Fairview Nature Park, and that was one of the recommendations of the Fairview Park Steering Committee that did not make it into the Fairview Park Master Plan Update Draft, which came out October 3rd. And the draft and technical reports are on the city's website, and where to comment on it. There's a 30-day comment period happening now, so I hope you and the public are reading it so they can submit thoughtful comments on the city's website. The grasslands are the winter home for western meadowlarks, and they fly long distance from higher elevations up north, and they're tired and hungry. They need a place to rest, and it didn't show the picture on there. Anyway, I had a really great picture on that slide and Dr. Marin's behind. You can see they love the east side. Okay, and here's a western meadowlark starting on the train tracks. Here's an American kestrel guarding the east side. He's been there, or she actually, and they've been there for a few years. Each year they've had fledglings. They do not mind the trains. They love the trains, but they say no to the planes, that the planes would kick them out. And it's been a safe place to raise a family for the past few years so far, but American kestrel populations are in decline, so it would be really nice if we could support them. And I would like to ask the City Council to please consider the recommendations from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, city contracted biologist, MIG biologist and restoration expert, and Fairview Park Steering Committee members, all made up of residents that you guys chose, and listened to their recommendations. They once again voted last week that the flying glider planes need to be relocated outside of Fairview Park. It's, like you said, Mr. Stevens, Fairview Park can't host everything. And this is a great time to cash in on this unique opportunity and bring ecotourism, bird tours. The community has sponsored restorations for years. They've been biting at the bit since I moved to Costa Mesa in 1999. I moved there. The community, my aunt and uncle still live on Pacific Ave since the 1960s, and they helped save Fairview Park. And the community has always stepped up. They really want to save this park. So I hope you guys will do that. And I had to just put this little belted kingfisher in there. This is a real picture. It looked like a painting, and he's on his way to the riparian habitat over the east side. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ma'am, you have the floor. Welcome.
My name is Tula Wooden. I have a presentation. No, that's not the one. Yes, it's this one. May I begin?
Oh, yes, if you're ready.
All right.
Yes,
I
you
am
may.
ready. So my name is Tula Wooden. I am a student at Early College High School, and we are currently, well, me and two other students are currently working on trying to propose some ideas for possible bike safety around our school. And the reason why this comes to mind is because a lot of our students' primary means and only means of transport is by their bikes. And I've had personal experience with some hazards on the bike road. On Mesa Verde, my bike hit the side of a little curb where the asphalt and road, like the asphalt and concrete didn't properly meet, and I fell off my bike and broke my chin open. And I am not the only one who has been injured on these bike lanes. There are two main routes that our students take to school, which is Harbor and Placentia, and both of them pose their own issues. We surveyed a lot of the bikers at our school, and the main issues on both routes are on Harbor, it is getting hit by cars or getting tipped over. And then on Placentia, Mesa Verde, it is due to poor bike maintenance. And so we are looking to.
Excuse me first, just stop her time for a second. I just want to make sure are we okay with her? So I just want to make sure that we're getting through your PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah.
So can you see what we see?
Yeah, sorry. No, it's okay. The PowerPoint isn't a huge thing of this.
Oh,
it was just a
okay.
supportive visual. It's okay.
Okay, so you're okay with this slide going forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
go ahead.
okay. No problem. And we were sort of brainstorming some possible solutions that would both benefit commuters and the bikers, since we understand that it would take a lot of money to implement something like a new bike lane or expanding a bike lane. And we came up with two solutions for both routes. So for the Harbor route, we were considering possibly having a greater police presence in the area, since Harbor itself has already been riddled with a lot of not so great traffic conditions. I've personally driven down Harbor. There's a lot of scary drivers down there, and we feel that the inclusion of police presence would deter breaking any traffic laws and would also, which in turn would also keep bikers safe because it would discourage cars from kind of sidelining bikers. And then for the Placentia and Mesa Verde route, we were thinking of better road maintenance, because on Placentia, there is all of the pylons that have been knocked over by cars, as well as on Mesa Verde, there's a lot of debris from the trees that falls down. And as I mentioned, the asphalt and concrete not lining up, which makes an already small bike lane pretty small. And so we were thinking of just either relining that bike lane a little bit or having more frequent street sweeping to make sure there's no debris, so that we can give bikers the correct amount of space that they need, because the bike lane is already very small due to the debris. And we feel that both of these solutions would benefit both bikers and commuters, because the increased police presence would make traffic a lot more tolerable for other drivers, and the more frequent street sweeping would also make the roads easier to navigate for commuters. That is all.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mayor, can we just make sure that she gets connected to our transportation team?
Sure.
Who's actively working on safe routes?
Yeah.
So make sure, we'll send someone over to give you a card. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi, City Council. First off, thanks for making Costa Mesa such an amazing place to grow up and to live. I've got two requests for the City Council to consider. The first one is the residential parking permit program. Currently, the law states that a maximum of 4 parking permits are allowed per household. I'm blessed to live in a household of 8. So what that means is that I have to walk maybe 2 blocks to find parking, and it takes about 15 minutes in the morning, in the afternoon. And so if there's a process to create an appeal to get more parking permits per household, that would be really helpful for my family. The second thing is actually the bike lane as well, between Placentia and Pomona on 19th Street. One of the bike lanes takes one of the existing lanes. So the route has reduced from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and that has caused a significant, at least traffic in that area. It used to take around like a minute to get through those 3 streets. Now it takes around like 10, 15 minutes. And now cars have to go through the residential sideways. So I don't know if there's a solution to that, but something to consider for the council as a bottleneck. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Sorry. I'm Douglas Westfall. I'm a certified national historian. I've also received national awards for my preservation work, so you know which side of the fence I'm on for this one. I was on the historic board of Fairview Park for several years. I also published a couple of books on Costa Mesa, one 20 years ago, but the other one recently, which was the walk-in tour that Councilmember Reynolds took us around the town. It's really wonderful. And that is available at the History Center. I don't have a slideshow because if I did, I'd go on for 3 hours. Costa Mesa itself had 5 Indian villages on it, 2 of which are within Fairview Park. I really want preservation for that. I do know one of the archaeologists that did the research on it in 1990, Dr. Henry Kerper. He's a close friend. He only found several thousand artifacts. So we need to really preserve mostly the other one, if nothing else. But I'm all for preservation, maintaining it, let our grandchildren enjoy it, great-grandchildren, which I'm about to have one. And that's what this is for. This is for preservation of us. We were the tail end of the second largest Spanish rancho in California history. The Rancho Santiago de Santa Ana ran from Weir Canyon up in Santa Ana Canyon all the way around the Santa Ana River, all the way down to the ocean where it strikes today in Huntington Beach, all the way over to Back Bay, Newport, and all the way back up. He only had 80,000 acres, and he didn't leave me one. I'm so upset. But it was the second largest rancho when he died in 1806. He was the wealthiest man in California, had over 20,000 cows. Today, a cow's worth about $3,000. What's your math? What do you buy with it back then? A Maserati? Widescreen? Actually, he came back from Los Angeles and told his wife, honey, I got new boots today. Well, but anyway, we have such a heritage here to share with the people of Costa Mesa and the rest of Orange County. It is such a remarkable place, and we need to exemplify that, and I'm happy to keep writing and publishing for you people. And whatever I can do, I'm here for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Come tell us more stories.
Well,
yes, sir.
On the, no.
Oh, sorry. Not now, next time. We'll see you next meeting. Go ahead.
Hello, Council and everyone here. My name is Cole Crecilius, Costa Mesa enthusiast. I first wanted to say, there's been actually other comments about biking. I want to thank the City Council and all of the departments and other organizations that have worked hard to make biking and walking safer around Costa Mesa. I think there's been some amazing improvements. I'm a surfer. I can ride from my house not far from here to the beach safely on bike paths and protected bike lanes and get there in 15 minutes. And I think it's absolutely incredible. Also biking to school every day with my children as well. So just encourage those efforts and want to see those continue. On that note, we at our elementary school are starting the first ever bike bus in our district, and I invite everyone here from the council and anyone else listening to join us next Tuesday on October 28th. We will be doing a bike bus to school, essentially everyone's on bikes. We have a set route through the neighborhood of College Park, and kids and parents and anyone who wishes to join gets to jump on at different points so that we just increase awareness, visibility for pedestrians, bikers. It's a national, even a global movement, and it's something that we're very excited to start, just to continue with the efforts that you all are making here with safe routes to school and all that. So excited for that. The last thing that I wanted to share is that I'm also currently the chair of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. Wanted to make my services available to everyone on City Council. As I know, we're heading toward a very exciting, starting line. It's not a finish line, right? A starting line for Fairview Park. And there's been so much effort poured into this draft master plan, which all of you have had the opportunity to see, from city staff to a number of consultant groups that have poured their time and energy into that. I jumped on that committee because I care about having that park and having a place for my kids to enjoy, my two young boys, and get their hands dirty and explore. And so I want to see how we can continue to do that in a productive way. So yes, I'm available at any time if anybody wants to talk. Happy to do so. Thank you all for your hard work and for everything you do for our city. We very much appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Morris, and I'm a resident on Manistee Drive. I do not have a presentation, but I believe the city clerk's office gave you a packet, so that's what we are here to discuss or just make you aware of. We have some more residents here and some more in the audience there to support our petition that we recently submitted to the city. So our main concern is our community is about 38 homes. 23 of them have very short driveways. And actually, they really don't even have sidewalks, even though it would perceive like it looks like it does, but they don't. They really have a driveway approach and a driveway. And we have mailboxes that are on the sidewalks as well. So we really don't have much accessibility on our side of the street. On the opposite side is Del Mesa Park, which does not have a parking lot. So residents and guests come and use the park and park on our street as well as the apartment communities. So parking in our driveways is very important to us, but many of us were recently cited for parking over a sidewalk, which on some of our properties, it doesn't even seem like it is a sidewalk, really. It's really just a driveway and an approach, because it's not straight, it's not level, it's slanted to begin with. We were here about 20 years ago discussing this when we were cited, and it was quiet for a while, but we're back again. So we're hoping to maybe get something more concrete, where it's known by all departments, what we should and should not be doing in our community. Maybe the resident parking to come back would help, along with, when we did have resident parking 20 years ago, the mayor then initiated on one side of the park not to have parking at night. There were hours. That's still there, but maybe that should go away, so that just gives more parking for the people that come to use the park in general. At this point, I'm not sure how much more that's helping. So anyway, we are here just to kind of let you know that we submitted this petition to the city and hope we can come up with a resolution that works for our community. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
I know.
Do any of the rest of you want to speak about that? I mean, thanks for coming out. I'll
I would
definitely.
like to add something.
Of course, yeah, we'll start the clock at 3 minutes. You're welcome to.
Okay. Hi, my name is Robert Antal, and I'm the resident on the Manistee, the first house on the corner. I have a special problem on that corner due to speeding on Polorino Street. Cars are coming down, there is no crosswalk there, nothing, so they speed. They have sometimes, they exceed 60, 70 miles an hour down that street. It's a small street. It's empty most of the time, but people sometimes walking from the complex nearby, both sides, to park their car on our street. So that causes jam on our street and also causes accidents. I have been through 3 or 4 accidents since I lived there for the last 15 years, where the cars ended up on my property, one time even damaging the house. I have proof, I have pictures on my phone I can share with you guys. And my concern is not having some kind of speed limiting on that area. It should be a crosswalk because it's a high occupancy area on both sides, and people are crossing that street without looking left or right. And also that would slow down the cars if it would be posted that it's a speed limit there and it's a crosswalk. That's just my point. Adding to that, across my property, there is a red curb, what's excessively long. If I think we have some pictures added to the package, but so I think there was an officer who walked out and took a look at our property. It's just we're losing so much parking on that street due to that red curb. And I guess that could add 2 or 3 more parking spots to us. Yeah, also we would like to see if there is an option to reclaim the assigned parking on our side of the street. Personally, I haven't received anything from the city in the mail. I know you guys said that you sent something out. I did talk to some people who they said they did receive the piece of mail, but I have not. And I'm the most affected because there is no parking near my house except one on the left side, what I share with the neighbor on my left side. So maybe you guys can address these issues somehow.
Thank you. We'll definitely follow up, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
I'm with them.
Okay, good.
And
Well,
now I
hold
just
on
want
one
to add a
second, though.
couple
So
things.
we'll start your time. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Scott Nestel. I live on Manistee also. I just want to add a couple things. I got a ticket also about maybe 12 years ago for blocking the sidewalk on my driveway. And I came here to city council. They dismissed it immediately. Next morning, I got something in the mail, or an officer came to the house, and he dismissed it and said something about it being grandfathered in. Because when they built those houses, the code in those days was 19 feet from the property line to the garage door. Most of our driveways now are like 10 feet. And then what Nadine was talking about, the sidewalk stops right at the apron. So there is no flat sidewalk, it's still a slope. The apron goes all the way into our driveway, and that's not our property. So I'm just hoping that they would consider, bringing the grandfather law back and allowing us to park there. Like Robert was saying, when they have events at the park, which is every weekend, and people park both sides of the street, all the way down around the corner to Pierpont. And it's hard if we run out to the store 5 minutes and come back and we can't park in our driveways, we have to park on another street, So I'm just hoping you guys would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
How are you doing? My name is Wallace Kermit Allen. This is one of the hardest things I've ever done, I'd say. I have the utmost respect for the police department. I know 90% of them are good. Let me establish a couple things about me that you should know firsthand. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. I've been sober now for about 4 months. The portrait that's being painted of me, from what I can tell, is that I'm incompetent. I'm far from it. I've gone to the psych in the Amen Clinic. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. And I started telling the story of what's happened, and I go, hold on. Let me bring you the proof, because what has happened to me in the past 5 years is I've been gaslit. I've gone to your police department 60 times now. I didn't follow through before because I wasn't sober, but I'm sober now. So much has happened. I bounce around a lot. I do suffer the Amen Clinic diagnosed me with straight ADD, perfectly logical. I've also walked in the California Highway Patrol up there on in Tustin, right off Tustin, and I'm sure you know where I'm talking about. It's up there in off Tustin Boulevard. And I've walked in there because I get harassed everywhere I go. I get antagonized everywhere I go through social media. I know that. I walked in there, I go, I'm going to kill 10 of these motherfuckers so they can't do this to anybody ever again. They took me to the hospital, and I was released immediately within an hour because there's nothing wrong with my sanity. So there are so many things that happened that my civil rights are being violated. The police department is not protecting me. But I'm going to tell you a couple things with car accidents that happened. One, I rolled on the freeway. I've had 3 car accidents. I come off, I roll on the freeway, hit and run on the, the 410 westbound 405 south, the 2-lane bridge. I roll on that. My cars flip. No cars get by. I tell the police when they're taking every one of their names. They're the people following me, harass me, doing fraud charges, whatever it is. Police report comes out. No witnesses. Now, I get another car. I get hit again before I make it home. So is that the 2-minute warning right there? Okay, 1 minute I go.
You have
okay,
one more
so let's
minute.
just jump right ahead to the 3 incidents. I've got about 15 incident report numbers that have happened. Most of them stemming Costa Mesa because I've got no protection here. And I feel it's social media is how they know. Like just this past 2 weeks, I work for 2 churches, by the way. I can get referrals from them to show that I'm doing everything right in life. I'm doing everything to be a good citizen. But one incident, guy pulls up to me, calls me a meth head. I pull over, I'm on my way to the hospital passing kidney stones. He chases me around the parking lot for 15 minutes on the corner of 19th and Placentia. The police come, do nothing. I give him license plate, do nothing. Another incident on Victoria and Newport Boulevard. I have the 3 of these reports right here. Newport Boulevard and Victoria, I'm shot at with a pellet gun. Lieutenant Grimmins or whatever tells me I imagined it. Bullshit, I chased them for 20 minutes. And no police come right in front of the police station. They're going in circles. I've had another police chase where I chased the perpetrator again, where shit's thrown at me. Sorry about the language.
That's it, sir. That's your 3 minutes.
I'm just asking for help out.
I understand.
And I'll be here next week, and I'm going to bring some more reports.
All right. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody here in the chambers. What about on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor. Cynthia?
Hi, I had to wait to unmute.
Okay, go ahead.
So good evening, council members. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. I hope you had a chance to review the email I sent earlier today regarding a procedural concern with the public noticing of the proposed amendments to the land use element. It's essential that nearby property owners are properly notified of significant changes, such as increased building heights, high-density allowances, the removal of vehicle trip budgets for upzone properties. These changes have substantial impacts on our neighborhoods, and transparency in the process is not just a legal requirement, it's a matter of public trust. I respectfully request that the city inform residents, including myself, of how it plans to address this issue moving forward. On a separate matter, I attended last week's Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting and was concerned to see that the agenda did not include an item allowing the committee to discuss or vote on recommendations to the City Council regarding the master plan update. According to the city's website, one of the committee's responsibilities is to, quote, provide advice to the City Council regarding the implementation of the Fairview Park Master Plan. Committee members clearly wanted to engage in a meaningful discussion and reach consensus that evening. However, the agenda report stated that their advice and recommendations would be presented to the City Council, something that would have violated the Brown Act, since no discussion was agendized. The committee deserves a chance to offer its recommendations, so holding another meeting before the City Council makes its decision is appropriate. To prevent these kinds of procedural oversights in the future, I suggest the city consider hiring a compliance officer, similar to what many large organizations do, to ensure adherence to public meeting laws and proper agenda preparation. This proactive step could help the city avoid costly legal challenges and reinforce public confidence in its governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. So now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. And first up from District 3
What
is...
did I do with it?
Excuse me, can you mute Cynthia? We got her muted? Okay, first up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Yeah, I'll be quick tonight. I just wanted to thank staff for putting on the homelessness town hall. I think it was really beneficial to have all that information in one place. I got a lot of feedback from folks that even those who have been following very closely the city's actions learned something that night. And so I just want to make, I guess, a question for staff. Will that presentation be available on our website or somewhere where people can access the information, since it was so valuable? I'm getting a nod from the city manager. So excellent. That was all I had tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Hi, everyone. A few quick updates and invitations. My thank you this week is to staff who prepared the certificate for St. John the Divine Episcopal Church. I had the honor of joining them to celebrate their 70th anniversary, and they shared the history of the church dating back to basically the start of Costa Mesa's history. And it was really nice to share that time with the congregation, who really emphasized their mission on turning faith into positive action and community support and community collaboration. So thank you to the staff for helping prepare that certificate that I was able to bring to the church, and congrats again to all of the members. A quick request to the city manager. It's been several months since we last talked about code of conduct and ethics for the city council. I would like to get that done before the end of the year. It'd be great to get an update on that now or in the coming week. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about safety, since we had quite a few comments on that, and really appreciate those comments. Those of you who are following our meetings regularly know this has been a in particular safety on our roads has been a big focus for our city council, whether you're in a car or on foot or on bike. It's why we've put a lot of effort into our bike safety rodeos, why we've have multiple infrastructure projects, including improving separation between bike lanes and vehicle driving lanes, why we've reduced speed limits in, I'm looking at our public works director, maybe 70 segments around the city, and continuing to look for more opportunities to reduce speed limits. So a lot of good work, and a lot of that work has been driven by the feedback we're getting from folks who are walking and biking and driving around the city. And we're at a point now where the data that we're getting back, even a year and more after our projects, is showing that this work is successful. We're seeing a reduced number of collisions and injuries, and our goal is to get to zero collisions and injuries in the city of Costa Mesa. So with that, some notes on activities specific to this topic. This Saturday at the Costa Mesa Senior Center, we have our second to last bike safety rodeo. So if you ride a bike, if you got a new e-bike and want to get more comfortable on that, or if you have friends or kids in the neighborhood who are riding bikes, bring them on down to this rodeo. It's a special theme, Dia de los Muertos, so it'll be extra fun. But these are really, really effective workshops on getting comfortable riding a bike and developing some of the safety skills. I will be, he's still here. Thank you, Cole, for talking about the bike bus. I'm going to do my best to be there at 7:30 for the city's first bike bus, and I'll encourage all of my council colleagues and others to join. I think that's going to be a historic event in the city, and I want to be a part of it. In November, we have 2 public workshops related to our Safe Routes to School program. We've been doing walk audits at every school to improve infrastructure around the schools. And the public workshops will share some of that information and next steps and continue to be an opportunity to give feedback on specific routes and infrastructure improvements. So those 2 events are Thursday, November 6th at Costa Mesa High School, Monday, November 17th at the Senior Center, and then there's one more yet to be scheduled. And then finally, on theme though, I want to invite folks to mark their calendars for November 16th. That's a Sunday. I'm going to do a community bike ride that I hope will be the first in an annual series as part of the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. So this is an international event commemorating folks who have been victims of road traffic violence. I think it's another really good opportunity for us to not just remember those who have been hurt, but to reemphasize our commitment to safety on our roads. So Sunday afternoon, November 16th, I'll share more information as we get the details locked down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 6, Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Appreciate it. First off, for the gentleman with 4 months of sobriety, that's a big deal. Don't drink and use no matter what, and things will get better. Shout out to Tony. You can't actually watch the housing deal on video if you look through the Costa Mesa Minute. Am I right on that? Yeah. I was able to watch every minute of it. I'll talk about that in a sec. But, you know, being on council and doing a lot of the things I do in my life really revolves around service, and being of service is how I stay sane, happy, and healthy, and a good dad. And so, like I said, I really wanted to be at that housing homeless town hall. I really, really wanted to be at that. And I had a commitment that I was asked to speak at a facility that night at the same time to a large group of recovering people. And I was asked to speak on behalf of my own recovery. As many people have known, I've been in recovery for a couple of decades now. And I decided I needed to do that because I made that commitment. And it was an interesting juxtaposition because I was talking to the very same kind of cohort of people that I would be listening about at the homeless town hall. And, you know, speaking of the town hall, you know, I'm not a big fan of the housing first model. Not for what people might think has nothing to do with political ideology or anything like that. It has to do with my own personal experience. And first of all, Nate does the Lord's work. He does a great job for the city. And the only thing that he's missing is resources. I'd hire that guy in a New York minute for my in mental health at the VA. But talking about housing first, there's, depending on the stats you look at, between 60 to 70%, and when you combine mental health and substance use disorders afflict those of us that are homeless out on the streets. Not everybody, but a majority of folks are. And I can tell you that there's one thing that needs to be addressed first if there's any hope of any housing to be a successful endeavor, especially if given to that particular individual. They need to be compelled to get sober and compelled to address their mental health issues. And I know that sounds harsh, and I know there's legal wranglings having to do with that currently in the court. Take myself, for example. I was compelled as a young man I wanted services. It just so happened to be my mother. I had nothing left. I had no money. I had nowhere to go. But I was looking for services, and I was compelled to go to treatment. I didn't want to go to treatment. I didn't have any interest in staying sober, anything. But I did it because I wanted the services. But what happened over time is I caught the disease, as they say, and I stayed long enough to get help and to earn my place in the housing that I then achieved. I see that in a perfect world, which we don't live in, I would love to see as a condition for going to the Motel 6, I already forget the name that we called it. It's a great thing that we have going there, but I don't have high hopes for success because giving somebody something that is actively using or not treating their mental illness is a recipe for disaster. In a perfect world, I'd love to see, a philanthropic effort combined with city effort to have a facility in the city of Costa Mesa. When I win the lottery, I'll build it. But those folks that want to live in our housing that we've taken grant money from the federal government on will be compelled to go through the treatment center that we have in place in order to qualify for that stay. Success rates will be highly, highly higher, much higher. So that's my soapbox right now, but I did enjoy that. I thought it was a great town hall, and I think that we do a lot of great things here. It's just a little misguided on the hopes for success when we throw money at something without addressing the root causes. Thank you.
Thanks, council member. Next up from District 1, Councilmember Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I'll be relatively brief tonight as well, but I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Chief Stefano in the back there who let us know this week that after a number of years of service here, exemplary service, he's putting in his retirement notification. And I got to tell you, I know, having been on council now for a little bit and getting into the inner workings of the city and reviewing all the various staff and everybody that's out here working hard for the city, I got to tell you, I put Chief Stefano up there at the top of the charts, is running an amazing department. And the city has been more than ably served, and we've benefited mightily. So Chief, thank you, and it's bittersweet. I'm going to miss you, but I know you're leaving the department in extremely good hands, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of events, and you're going to get sick and tired of all the goodbyes that are coming. But thank you for your service. Just to touch on, last week I attended the district liaison chaired by Mayor Stevens. It was just great informational for me seeing the water district, sanitation district, school district, transportation. Great presentation by Paul Martin and his staff. Great presentation by water district and Paul Schoenberg, general manager over there. And there's been a lot said about the town hall on the homelessness, and kudos to, and I ditto on all of that. It was amazing. And similar to what I heard from the dais, myself and a number of other people, members of the community, had a general understanding. And you're always questioning, what are we doing? Are we doing too much? Are we not doing enough? How come we're still seeing what appears to be a relative decent number of homeless out there still impacting the community? And I will tell you, kudos to staff and Nate and his team, because that was an amazingly informative presentation. And I've heard some critiques or some commentaries when we've attempted other town halls. And oftentimes what I hear from the community is it's not really a town hall because a presentation is made. There's really not an opportunity for a back and forth between the community and the panelists. But this town hall didn't lack that. It was great. They had a microphone set up, and members of the community were given adequate time to come up and express their concerns and get a back and forth on some questions. And staff and all of the infrastructure doing the homeless work out here, God's work, as they say, were available and prepared and gave very insightful comments. So it was just a great event, and I would encourage people to check out the video of that that's up on the website. And yeah, with that, that's all I have tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. And next up from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few things I would like to speak to the council, speak with the council on and to the constituents. We did have a wonderful homeless city town hall last week that I did attend. If you had a chance to attend it, then you've kind of already seen what took place. But if you didn't have a chance, it's on YouTube, and I strongly suggest watching. And I just wanted to highlight a few things that I took away from the town hall that I think would be informative to the community. One of the things is we have a 100-bed bridge shelter there. That's 100 beds. That's 100 people that would normally be without a home or without a place to sleep if it wasn't for the bridge shelter. Right now, since 2019, almost 500 people have found permanent housing due to the bridge shelter, and due highly, not just in part, but a great deal to Nate Robbins. If you don't know who Nate Robbins is, I highly suggest you watch the man speak. When he spoke at our town hall, I had to keep looking to see if he had a teleprompter. So smooth, so smart, so fluid. He knows exactly what's going on. There are so many moving parts to make this happen, and he knows where every single one of them is, and I really want to congratulate him. Something was said that really struck me, and I want to leave it with this part of my message with just this. We can't arrest the homeless problem away. In addition, I also want to recognize that on the 25th, October 25th at 10 to 2 p.m. at the police department, we're going to have a drug take-back day. So if you have old prescription pills or something like that, you don't know what to do with, you don't want to just throw it in the trash, bring it down to PD, you can dump it, no questions asked, no problem. One other thing I'd like to do is congratulate the 4 new police officers we have on our police department: Anthony Deek, Araceli Nunez, Francis Savingriff, and George Martinez. Welcome to the city of Costa Mesa and to the police department. And last but not least, I want to speak to the individual who has really been a rock, not only to the fire department, but to our community, and that's going to be Chief Stefano. Every time I've gone to him with whatever it is I needed, he's always been there, and he's always made Costa Mesa his priority. And in closing, I'd like to say, you know, positions can be replaced, but people cannot, and there'll never be another Chief Stefano. So I hope that you enjoy your retirement. Thank you for your service to this community. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
That was good, thank you. Next up is our Mayor Pro Tem from District 4, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. As I'm listening to everyone's comments and the public comment today, there's like one word that stuck in my head. It's a Spanish word, which is atestiguame, which roughly translates to witness me or testify for me. It is the height of joy when we have the public come out with requests. So I want to just take a few moments to really acknowledge 4 points made by public comment. I will then acknowledge the homeless town hall, and I'll finally end on a personal note for Chief Stefano. Mrs. Wood, thank you for joining us today. It was incredible of you to come out and have a PowerPoint and talk us about how difficult it is for kids to bike to early college high school. ECHS is one of our hidden gems in Costa Mesa. The fact that we have students taking college classes while they're in high school is a blessing for our community, And you are right, that we should be looking at ways we can improve our bike infrastructure so that students can bike to school safely. And I know you guys also bike to college classes too sometimes, so it's really important for us to be looking into that. When it comes to the request for parking permits, I'm always open for feedback and criticism, and if we're finding that there's folks that are having difficulties accessing permits that they're paying for, because as we know, under our current parking permit system, streets need to opt into that program and pay a fee. I think we should find ways to address these kind of caveats when we do have homes that have more than 4 residents with a vehicle. In regards to the bike lane on between Placentia and Pomona, that's one that I generally agree with bike lanes for the community. That's one that I have consistently seen not really be highly utilized, primarily because most folks end up biking on Hamilton or on Victoria, or even like going down further on 18th Street. So if staff does notice a trend of there not being a lot of bicyclists on that one brief section, I am not opposed to removing it. And because it's in my district, I think I have the right to kind of make that request. And finally, for the residents of Manistee Drive, we will look into your problems for you. I was doing a quick Google Maps search on my little computer here as you're speaking, and I see what you're talking about. Your driveways are not big enough for your vehicles. It's clear that you guys can't park on the left side of the street. So we'll do our best to address those concerns for you guys, because it's not fair for you guys to be suffering unduly, I will say. I want to give kudos to Mr. Robinson and the city team for an amazing homelessness town hall. One thing I will say, and the mayor mentioned to me after the meeting, was we didn't give kudos to everyone. We did miss out a bit on mentioning the fire department and the good work they do as first responders. But it was really great how, apart from that one unfortunate mistake, us not mentioning that part of our team, we went through every part of our team, through police, through the first contactors, through code enforcement, because really homelessness is a holistic problem. We heard great testimonies from Councilmember Pettis and Councilmember Gameros, sharing their unique perspectives on this crisis, this homeless crisis we face as a country. And it goes to show that it's not going to be an easy, simple solution. It's going to be complex, and it's going to take a lot of us to come together and, again, constantly critique and constantly assess how we're doing the job. Because one thing that our government is, democracy is, it's always responsive to residents. Every 2 years, you guys have a chance to make your voice heard in elections. And it behooves us to be listening before those points come. So thank you for the team for that great homelessness town hall. I thought it was very, very well received. I think the public likes the town hall model. So I think if we can challenge ourselves to have more town halls or more creative ways to access information, we should do so, because this is now 2 in a row with the homeless town hall and the walking tour of Placentia Boulevard for housing that I've now heard positive remarks on different types of communications. Whew. And Chief Stefano, my goodness. I don't even know where to begin when it comes to your leadership for Costa Mesa. And I think for me, sharing is my perspective as a council member from my district, I have constantly seen the chief put the community on his back when the time requires it. There was moments when we didn't have an ACM, assistant city manager, and the chief would become city manager, and I would see him step into that role. There was times when we had community crises and moments of needing community, and I seen the chief come through by literally painting the community on his RV during the OC Fair. And just the testimony of the fire department and how much stability they have cannot be understated. We're gonna deeply miss you as an individual, but I know you left a really good organization behind, and I can wish nothing but the best for you. And I know you'll still be involved because that's who you are. But I just want to say personally before the day comes that we are truly blessed to have you. And as Mayor Stephen wants to say, you know, it's not often we have a Hall of Fame fire chief. So thank you for all your work, and I'm sure the mayor will say more great things about you on his turn.
You stole all my good lines. Okay, so to the member of the public who spoke from Early College High School, thank you very much. Not only was the content good and the presentation good, but it's great to hear from a different demographic. And I hope that, you know, every meeting we get more people coming from Early College and the local schools to let us know what's agitating them and to give us some solutions just like you did. So you're a good role model for your for your fellow students. As to the folks on Manistee near Delmar Park, I know exactly where you are. You're also in Lauren Gameros' district, and he will follow up, and I will follow up. I found your statements you made very reasonable and sensible, and I think I understand your issue, and I think I'd probably have the same concerns if I were in your shoes. So we're going to get to the bottom of it together, and I look forward to going over there and checking it out myself, and we'll bring people from Public Works and PD and whatever we need to do to address your issues. So thank you. And thank you, I mean, if you've been here for 20 years, I mean, thanks for your commitment to Costa Mesa. That's great. So the town hall, as many people have said, was just outstanding. And it was, Councilmember Gameros is quite right that Nate is a very good presenter, but his content is so strong and his team is so strong. And that's just because of years and years and years of building a team and executing, and quite honestly, the city council getting behind that, because we've initiated a lot on this council, we've funded a lot, and we believe in that team, and I'm very proud of the work that they're doing. Mayor Pro Tem is right. I did feel like we didn't give enough love, if any love, unfortunately, to the fire department in the town hall, and that was my only little quibble with the presentation. And trust me, I had plenty of time to do it myself, so I own that, and I do apologize for that. But I luckily, because I'm the mayor, I get to get the floor and I get to correct the record a little bit. The fire department is an amazing, fire and rescue department is an amazing department, not just for saving lives, but putting out fire, but for the compassion that they show to people that are the most vulnerable in our community. And all those people that were housed, Councilmember Gameros said it was about 500, it's a little less than that. But I would be willing to bet that the largest percentage of them at some point in time touched one of our firefighters along the way. So thank you for the work that you do. Belated, but thank you. And all under the leadership of Chief Stefano. There's really nobody like Chief Stefano. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, he is a Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Fame fire chief. He's the Mariano Rivera of fire chiefs. Mariano Rivera went in with 100% of the vote on the first ballot, only person ever. And we're lucky to have him, and he's been our fire chief for 12 years. That's an extraordinary amount of service, but it's not just the quantity of the service, it's the quality. And I have seen him in situations that I'm not going to tell you the details, but it required the absolute most toughness in some situations and tenderness in another situation. And forget about, you know, as a chief or as a colleague, I don't know a man who can do that. And so we've been very grateful. I'm very grateful, and we've been very lucky to have him at the helm for so long, and we're going to miss him. But, you know, we just got to give thanks for the time that we had. And that will be the first of many speeches I'll make in the next 6 weeks regarding Chief Stefano. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, for her report.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, the Costa Mesa Historical Society is looking for new members. If you're interested in local history, the Costa Mesa Historical Society needs your help. The local nonprofit keeps the city's history alive and is currently undergoing a membership drive. They're hoping to get 1,000 new members by the end of the month, October 31st. By boosting their membership, they can host new exhibits, upgrade technology, expand educational programs, and continue to preserve the city's history. If you'd like to become a member, just visit the Society's website at costamesahistory.org. The membership prices are pretty reasonable. It's $20 for individuals, $15 for seniors, $10 for students under 16, and $25 for families. As Councilmember Reynolds mentioned, we have an upcoming bike safety workshop. Our Public Works Department and Community or Costa Mesa Police Department will be at the Dia de los Muertos themed Bike Safety Workshop this Saturday, October 21st, from 1 to 5 p.m. at the Costa Mesa Senior Center on 695 West 19th Street. Participants can learn new bike skills, get free helmets, and bike repairs. For more information, please visit walkmorebikemore.org/Costa-Mesa. So we look forward to seeing you all there. Also, on Saturday, October 25th, the Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Team is inviting members of the public to its annual community open house event, which takes place from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. 3 fire stations will be hosting open houses: Fire Station 1 on Adams Avenue, Fire Station 2 on Baker Street, and Fire Station number 6 on Sakioka Drive. We encourage you all to come out and see the fire stations, meet our firefighters, learn about the fire service, and learn safety tips for your household. With a special election coming up on Tuesday, November 4th, Costa Mesa will have 2 vote centers where voters can drop off their ballots. The first will be at the Costa Mesa Senior Center, which will open as a vote center starting Saturday, October 25th. Then on Saturday, November 1st, Costa Mesa City Hall will also be a vote center. At City Hall, voters can drive through the parking lot and drop off their ballots, or they could also walk in and drop them off in person in the community room. At either location, the parking lot or the community room, poll workers will be there to accept the ballots. And lastly, as you've heard here tonight, Fire Chief Dan Stefano announced he would be leaving his position with the City of Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Department at the end of December 2025. Chief Stefano's 30-year career began with Laguna Beach Fire, where he spent 18 years serving in different roles until his arrival in Costa Mesa as chief in 2013. Chief Stefano was inducted into the inaugural class of the California Fire Chiefs Hall of Fame in 2023. We are proud and honored with the chief's service to our community and his leadership in the city. So congratulations, Chief Stefano, on a distinguished career, and we wish you all the best. I'd also like to make another staff announcement. I'd like to congratulate Costa Mesa's former Chief Building Inspector, Ryan Bohr, who's in the audience tonight, who was recently promoted to Fire Marshal and Assistant Chief of the Fire and Rescue Department.
Oh, wow.
Yay! Ryan joined the City of Costa Mesa in 2017 and served as Chief of Inspection for the past 4 years before taking his promotion. Ryan was always a terrific chief building inspector. I could rely on him for so many different things, and he's also going to be a terrific addition to the fire and rescue team. So please join me in congratulating Ryan, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next up is our city attorney, who is acting city attorney Tarquin Preziosi. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report this evening.
All right. Well, with that, we have the consent calendar item. Madam Clerk, do we have anything that's been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any abstentions or anything we need to note before we get a motion on the consent calendar? No? Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Chavez for the consent calendar. I'll second it. All in favor, let's vote. Call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds and Marr, please. There you go. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so now we have our public hearing item. Public hearing item number 1. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Okay. This is the Fairview Developmental Center Specific Plan Draft Preferred Land Use Plan Review and Recommendation, presented by Ms. Stacy, Principal Planner, Ms. McGill, Planning and Sustainable Development Manager, and Ms. Goley and Ms. Schwab from PlaceWorks.
All right, you all have the floor. Take your time. Whoever wants to speak first can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Anna McGill. I am the planning manager for the advanced planning team here at Costa Mesa. Let me just pull up the presentation quick and we can go ahead and get started. All right, I'm going to be leading the presentation tonight on the draft preferred land use plan for the Fairview Developmental Center specific plan. And before I get into the presentation, I just want to take a moment to introduce Melinda Dacey. She is 2 seats to my left. She's our newest principal planner on the advanced planning team. She's going to be project managing the FDC specific plan process and also elements of the neighborhoods where we all belong rezoning efforts. We're super excited to have her on board. You're going to be seeing her a little bit more in future council meetings. And then also tonight from the PlaceWorks consulting team to my direct left is Suzanne Schwab. She's going to be tag teaming the presentation with me tonight. And then Steve Gunnels, chief economist, is also in the audience tonight to help answer questions. So with that, here are the items for the staff presentation. We're going to try to go through it quickly in the interest of time. We'll go through the background and community engagement, an overview of the land use concepts that we developed to study and the financial feasibility analysis that was undertaken, our recommendations for the preferred land use plans and how we got to that point, to that Planning Commission recommendation, next steps for the specific plan and the staff recommendation. So just to get into a little bit of background on what teed up the city and state contractual obligations for the paving the way for the specific plan, Senate Bill 188 established the framework for the reuse of the site itself. It also established partnership between the city and the State Department of General Services, DGS, and the State Department of Developmental Services, DDS. Along with that Senate bill came $3.5 million in state funding to develop the specific plan, conduct studies, and then manage that overall community planning process. In 2023, the city entered into an agreement with the state, and it included the following deliverables. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but these deliverables have helped inform our overall specific plan process and the efforts that have been undertaken so far to where we are in our process and what we will continue to do to get to the end of the process. And if there's questions, I'm happy to go back and discuss these in more detail. So here's where we are in the project timeline, selecting a preferred plan. Up until this point, we've conducted a series of 4 community outreach workshops. Those all included open houses, typically 2 in person and 1 via Zoom. We also held city council meetings, planning commission meetings, conducted a land use concept survey, pop-up events, and maintained a project website to continue to solicit community input on the process. And in addition to that, we've had 3 planning commission meetings over the course of the summer to continue to solicit input on selecting a preferred plan, which is where we are now in the process. We also provided an update to the Parks and Community Services Committee on October 9th to give them an update on the open space components of the process. We'll go back for their input when we have a draft specific plan, and then here we are tonight at City Council with a preferred plan, hoping to then move forward into environmental review and continuing to refine the drafting of our specific plan, which I'll talk about a little bit later at the end of the presentation. So all of that solicited the following community input. Again, not going to go over all of these stats in specific, but a lot of key topics were covered, various themes and ideas that help shape the preferred plan being presented and will ultimately inform the drafting of the specific plan. So here's some of the themes that we heard: providing a variety of housing options available to different income levels and designed for various stages of life. Active open space dispersed throughout the specific plan was important, with specific priority to trails and pedestrian connections. Traffic should be balanced. It should include multimodal options and should have safe access. There were a lot of comments that one point of access from Fair Drive was not sufficient for access into the site. And then
there was a lot of support for a grand entry with additional access as a preferred circulation and site design feature. So these comments that we received will be reflected in the preferred land use plans that we'll be looking at tonight. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand over to Suzanne Schwab, Associate Principal, to continue the presentation.
There we go. Now I'm on. Thank you, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this evening. As Anna mentioned, we worked through a process to arrive at land use concepts that were studied and shared with the public for their input. And in getting there, we were, of course, working hand in hand with the state on their needs for this property. So as some background information I'll share with you as you see up here on the screen, we're accommodating a lot of the state's future needs. That starts in the lower left-hand corner with the Emergency Operations Center. Cal OES will continue to operate those 15 acres. We had a number of concerted meetings and focused discussions with DDS on their future needs for the site as well. You can see a couple of areas highlighted there. We've got a larger circle, like a little bubble diagram is what we like to call them in the planning world, to reserve 15 acres for their needs, and an additional discussion about the operations that they currently have for residents in Mark Lane, and then the future of what's known today as their maintenance site. It's 5 acres tucked within Harbor Village, as you see there. I'll note on this slide as well that in addition to accommodating those 15 acres, we also needed to make sure we were planning for any clearance needed for that 120-foot tall communications tower. And you'll just see very quickly highlighted here that there was a big win, and they had removed the helipad from their project on that EOC site. Diving just a little bit deeper here, you can see we've got a couple areas now grayed out and a highlight of a larger, darker blue area there. Those are the 80 acres that the city is planning for through the specific plan process. The DDS housing will still be considered, or still a part of that specific plan. It still falls within the purview of the standards and things that we'll be planning for and talking about in just a moment. But I also wanted to note on the slide here that based on the future needs for DDS, the 5 acres nestled within Harbor Village, and those homes along Mark Lane will not be included within the future specific plan boundary. So knowing what we were working with as far as the remaining opportunities on the site go, we continued preparing our land use concepts. You may, I know many of you were involved about a year ago as we went out to the community, and as Anna mentioned, through various workshops and open houses, teeing up, getting their input before we developed our land use concepts. And again, all the various meetings we had with various city and state departments. There are a lot of ever-changing state laws that we were also accommodating. You'll see highlighted here. We needed to explore the options for density bonus and other housing considerations. And those all then help to inform 3 concepts, as you can see on the slide here, that were then taken forward for additional analysis and input, again, throughout the community. These concepts range to provide a variety of options, starting with housing there at the top of our chart. Consistent with the city's housing element, we have our concept number 1 there, 2,300 units, meeting various affordable income level unit requirements, as noted there, again, consistent with the city's housing element. And tested then a range of additional options with concepts 2 and 3, increasing the number of residential housing units as we go, but balancing those with other needs. What else could we fit on the site as far as commercial and open space opportunities, and the various variety of options for exploring our circulation network. As Anna mentioned earlier, we received feedback that People liked the idea of maybe a grand promenade. We had others weigh in on a grid, so you can see how those are also carried forward in the design in concepts 1 and 2, and then a larger block concept there in concept number 3. Through this process, we also identified, as we studied some of the implications related to traffic, that a secondary access point would be needed, and so you'll see that carried through concepts 2 and 3. And then lastly, I'll just note, and I know they're a little small on the screen here, but Shelley Circle was further refined with conversations in the state, and the alignment for that is not reflected on the options that we see here today. All right. Another aspect that we tested or analyzed, I should say, that would make more sense, is the financial feasibility. This is an important part of weighing these concepts. I will give you a little qualifier on this one. This was an assumption and model for feasibility that represents a conservative planning level estimate. We do not know exactly what type of a program a future master developer might bring forward. So we have, as you can see outlined on the slide here, made assumptions knowing what we know from the state, that the property would be purchased at low or no cost, and that would be in exchange for all of the things you see provided, from demolition and remediation, providing the infrastructure, and all the way through development-ready pads for future affordable housing developer, and even turning those over to DDS for their future needs. And so all of those costs are factored in into our financial feasibility, as well as those various concepts carried through. You can see here, I'm not going to go through each of these options. This would be the costs and the rate of return that would be anticipated for each of those. However, what we find here for the very last line on the table is our feasibility, the surplus or the gap that we have. Concept number 1 we find is not feasible. Concept number 2 would be marginally feasible, meaning that a master developer could likely tweak this pro forma or financial model depending on their own method for delivering these units and other types of uses here. That is within close range, and that concept 3, the largest concept that we studied at 4,000 units, is financially feasible, telling us that we were within range somewhere between concepts 2 and 3 for what was studied and could be a reasonable assumption for future development. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to Anna. She could talk you through a little bit more related to the recommended land use and preferred plan.
Thank you, Suzanne. Another qualifier before we get into the alternatives. The city's responsibility and due diligence is to create a specific plan for FDC that ensures future development provides all the required infrastructure, public services, open space, public safety needs, and appropriate development impact fees to support the anticipated level of development. As part of this process, we assume that a master developer would likely pursue a financially feasible development scenario in line with some of the information that Suzanne just presented. We also know that there's a likelihood that a master developer could use state density bonus law. Just purely from the provision of affordable housing in the specific plan, we know that they will be eligible for state density bonus law. Density bonus law has a big range in terms of actual density bonus, and so we're not sure at this point what a master developer could potentially propose. And you can see here that that's actually a wide range. But we do know that there's some, natural restricting of development capacity on the site just by virtue of height restrictions from the state and what can just reasonably fit on the site in terms of the different housing typologies that would likely be on there. So we still think 2,300 to 4,000 is a reasonable assumption for the expected number of dwelling units. We also know that a master developer could potentially use state density bonus law for waivers and concessions, even if they don't ask for a density bonus. And so these are the factors that we're using to help ensure that the city drafts a specific plan that anticipates a realistic level of development and ensures that we prepare for adequate requirements to be in place to support that development and to support the broader public needs. So with that said, internally, we went through an exercise of putting together some alternative concepts, and you can see those below. They differentiate in where open space could potentially go, different circulation networks, where housing could potentially go, the location of that secondary access road that was discussed. They were vetted internally with different divisions and departments in line with their department priorities and needs. And then we discussed these alternatives with the Planning Commission over 3 different meetings. We discussed the varying financial feasibility and the land use scenarios to test housing unit threshold, just the overall land distribution, the circulation network, the open space components, and just the overall organization of that 80-acre site. And so this was the original staff recommendation that was brought to the Planning Commission for consideration, a range of 36 to 3,800 units as a maximum for the specific plan. And that would include the DDS and affordable housing, inclusion of a grand promenade, a secondary access, a minimum of 12 acres of publicly accessible open space with incentives and provisions for a master developer to provide more than that. Open space dispersed throughout the site and distributed through the site through connected parks, trails around the site. A maximum of 35,000 square feet of commercial space and potential locations for that, and then some built-in flexibility for a future master developer, but with some certainty for the community in terms of development standards and design standards. So through 3 meetings with the Planning Commission, they ultimately refined their recommendation to the City Council tonight, and that is as follows. Studying for environmental purposes a minimum of 2,300 dwelling units and a maximum of 4,000 units for the environmental review so that we can accurately anticipate the potential environmental impacts that would be associated with that level of development. A maximum of 35,000 square feet of commercial, but as you can see here compared to the previous maps, they asked for the commercial sites to be to have the option of mixed use configuration and to be distributed along the specific plan site. And you can see they wanted to pay attention to that grand promenade and make sure that there were potential commercial opportunities along there to really engage pedestrians. They recommended including the city general plan policy for open space with the understanding that a master developer could meet this requirement through provision of dedicated land of open space, actual improvements to the land, and provision of impact and in lieu fees. And then studying up to, if needed, 3 points of access to the site to alleviate potential traffic impacts. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Melinda. And as Anna was just mentioning here for us, all of this preferred plan is an important milestone in our project because it will inform both creation of the specific plan document as well as serve as the project description for our environmental impact report through CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. But let me talk to you a little bit further about the specific plan and for the benefit of everyone here tonight or listening in. The specific plan is a unique land use tool. The city has a couple other of these that guide land use and development in your city. It establishes a mini zoning code for a specific area within the city. And it, by state law, it requires certain aspects. You can see some of these bulleted here. It must provide a land use plan. It will also provide development standards and design direction. It needs to include a conceptual circulation and infrastructure plan. And it must also be supported by phasing and financing, meaning what types of things are expected to come online, when would development be expected to occur, and how would that be paid for. In the case of FDC, we would see that as a master developer with private financing for implementation. This document is then the basis for all future development applications on the site. It would also have administration and what we call implementation, so how those proposals would be submitted and reviewed and approved, similar to many of the processes that the city already uses today when processing a development application. And then, as you can see noted here, and this is very important, the future master developer selected by the state will be required to comply with the adopted specific plan. So this really sets the stage for expectations of that future master developer. The plan components themselves, and I'm going to focus because we're here before you tonight on the preferred land use plan. So these are the things that we include within that land use chapter of the document, are to define the land uses themselves. So those are the things like residential housing types, commercial uses. Those include both retail and retail and office uses within commercial. Setting the groundwork for that circulation network, which then provides, as you saw in some of the depictions earlier, a block structure and a network for all modes of transportation, so bikes, pedestrians, and motorized vehicles. And we heard a lot from your community earlier today about the importance of connectivity for everyone. We'll also set the stage for the necessary access points, establish the expectation there for open space, and using your general plan at 4.26 acres per 1,000 residents. And then outlining community amenities. We heard a lot throughout our outreach process about opportunities for public spaces, community gathering, not just outdoor but indoor as well, and perhaps art facilities, libraries, daycares, things of that nature. Lastly then, to bolster all of this, we will have our objective development standards guiding how the development will be, what those requirements are when buildings are designed. So we're looking here at things like how high, how far set back, how much private open space is required, things that will inform then the ultimate development envelope. Pivoting a little bit more here, as we've mentioned, the secondary access point. Throughout the summer, as we were meeting with the Planning Commission, we are also working closely with another consultant that the city has brought on board, Origins Golf Design. We know that this secondary access will have an impact to the golf course and be critical for future access. We've been coordinating that road alignment with them, generating ideas on how that could be worked through the golf course, and they've been looking at then the impacts potentially, I believe it's 6 holes as you see here on the Mesa Linda course, seeing how that could be worked out and some various alternatives to preserve or enhance playability through whatever the new design may need to be. We're going to continue to work with them on that. But what I do want to mention here is that we're working closely because this needs to be included in the specific plan. Again, we want to set the expectations so that the master developer clearly understands what is expected through implementation. I'm going to hand it back over to Anna, who will wrap us up.
Thank you. We're getting close to the end, so I'm going to go through the recommendations and upcoming milestones in the process. As part of the Planning Commission recommendation that we discussed earlier on the slide, the Planning Commission also wanted to forward on to City Council consideration of studying the area between Fair Drive and the secondary access road along Harbor Boulevard. That's the area here highlighted in pink. It's about 22 acres, and for the sake of discussion, we'll call it the Harbor Frontage Study Area. They wanted to forward the consideration to City Council to study it for potential opportunity for additional development. So what we know today is it's about 22 acres, it's city-owned, it's deed restricted currently for open space, and there's currently a golf course within that area. So should the city council direct staff to explore potential land use opportunities and development opportunities here, staff would return to the city council at a future meeting to discuss potential land use concepts and alternatives and actual process options for potentially moving forward with a concept like this. I'm happy to answer more questions if needed in the Q&A portion, but there's a little bit of due diligence that staff would need to be to kind of understand a little bit more about the deed restriction and what could be potential options here if the city council wanted to move forward with it and what process would be. So with that, here's some upcoming milestones. Drafting of the specific plan is already underway. Confirming the land use plan is a critical step for us to begin environmental review and continue to refine the specific plan and include key elements in it. Following City Council direction tonight, staff anticipates releasing the notice of preparation so that we can initiate the CEQA process and get environmental review underway. So with that, the recommendation is twofold: to adopt a City Council resolution to confirm the Planning Commission recommendation for the draft land use plan for the FDC specific plan and the scope of environmental study without committing the city to a specific course of action in the specific plan. So we continue to move forward with environmental review and be able to study the anticipated environmental impacts while still continuing to draft the specific plan and include the key elements and components into it that would be decided at a later date. And then secondly, to provide staff direction regarding a feasibility analysis of potential land uses in that harbor frontage study area that I just mentioned. That concludes the staff presentation. The team is here to help answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So now's the time for the council to ask questions. Then we'll go to the public. And then when we come back and reconvene, we can have a discussion about the points that we want to make, and we'll try to craft some type of a motion. With that, you have the floor, Councilmember Pettis.
Yeah, thank you. You answered one of my questions on the recommendation resolution 2025, but I had a question. I was trying to, I'm getting a master's degree in everything land use and housing and all that in the last year. So I was going through the staff report, and there's several mentions of SB 188 and the code 14670.31. And it mentions the framework on page 312 of the staff report. It just mentions framework. But what's not mentioned is what's actually in the codes is the agreement and this development plan shall provide for housing and affordable housing at a level consistent with the January 2020 council adopted strategy of 1,500 units and the housing assessment and the Department of General Services 2021 adoption of 2,500 units for the site. Why was the hard data not in the staff report?
The data of that number?
Those numbers, yeah.
Well, the city council went on to approve a housing element to include 2,300 units. So that is the number that staff have moved forward with, because that is the most recent council adoption and decision.
Okay, so is it safe to say that the original 1,500 to 2,500 and 200 units of permanent supportive housing, anything above the 2,300 was solely to accommodate the financial feasibility analysis based off 920 affordable units?
The financial feasibility hadn't been conducted when the city council committed to 2,300 units in the housing element. And likely that decision was made in order to further accommodate the RENA allocation that had been assigned to Costa Mesa.
So the new numbers are based on the financial feasibility analysis then? Anything above 2,300?
No, the 2,300 was committed by the city council prior to conducting financial feasibility. And then the land use concepts were developed in order to test different unit thresholds, land use scenarios, and also to test financial feasibility.
What's the percentage of affordable housing you guys are using in the feasibility analysis?
It's the same. I'm going to go back to that table. Bear with me just a second. So they vary a little bit just so that we could test different concepts. The concept in Unit 1 is what was identified in the housing element. And then concept 2 assumed a state density bonus law scenario because a developer may potentially utilize state density bonus law. So you'd see that affordable housing breakdown that was tested a little bit different. And that's for the purposes of trying to understand what potentially could be financially feasible.
So we just picked a number? We don't, on the percentage of affordable housing, was that number, where did that number come from?
Based on making an assumption for your use of a density bonus. For concept number 2, it's based on using a density bonus, so it's not, we looked at how a master developer could achieve, I believe this one was almost a 80% scenario, and what mix of affordability would be used in order to get there.
So if we lowered the percentage of affordable housing, that would change the feasibility.
That's correct.
So also, somewhere else I read in the code, it said, Costa Mesa recognizes that not all sites within the inventory will develop such that they meet these affordability assumptions and has included a 37% buffer on the total number of units to assist in accommodating potential differences in future housing development. That's in Appendix B22, B22. So do we still have a buffer that we could work with, correct?
We have a buffer currently. It is a very slim buffer for low and very low. And if we reach a situation where we know a project potentially isn't going to provide the housing that's identified in the housing element, then we would need to take on the task of finding additional sites to accommodate that lost affordable housing.
So that's an option.
And Councilmember Pettis, sorry, this is Director Carrie Tai. If I could just chime into that to add on to Planning Manager McGill's answer. So for cities that have a certified housing element, typically the way Planning Manager McGill answered about using a buffer and having to make up for it, that would be the way we would proceed with an established buffer. And if a development came in that didn't develop to that particular capacity as identified in the housing element, however, the city is still currently pursuing a certified housing element. And in pursuing a certified housing element, the city will need to present a buffer of a certain size in order to obtain certification. And so where the city is right now, as part of the planning process, the buffer is included. And then once the city obtains a certified housing element, as we administer the individual sites, if we were to eat into a buffer because one site didn't develop, we would need to make up for it. We're just in a slightly different phase right now, so I want to make sure we understand that that buffer is required for us to get certification.
So we're not locked into the affordable housing number as it sits now, right?
The affordable housing numbers in Fairview Developmental Center have been identified in the site's inventory, yes.
But are we locked into the number that we are going to include in these options? That we could change, we could lower them if we wanted to, right?
In lowering the affordability numbers for Fairview Developmental Center, the city would need to produce additional sites with the capacity to produce that affordability, whatever the affordability units you're decreasing here. Okay. So yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good questions. So anybody else? Councilmember Bewley? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'll let the new guys go first, and you guys have been through these land use rodeos. Probably have some better questions. But first off, thanks staff, and thanks all of you for your presentation. Preliminary thought, if you want education on this, check on the Planning Commission session in June, and then recently here in August when you guys went through all this stuff. One question for staff, and maybe there's a good answer for it. In the agenda report, I saw a link to the Planning Commission sessions in May and June. I didn't see one to August. Was there a reason why the August link wasn't included, or did I just miss it?
It should be in there. I was looking at it earlier before the meeting, but I think it's a little bit further down.
I hunted and looked a little bit.
Okay, apologies for that. It is referenced and messaged, but
Yeah, I was
perhaps
able
the link was
to.
removed
I
somehow.
was able to jump on the website and find it and look for it, but it would be helpful. And a comment I'd make as well is, I guess to give my fellow council members a little bit of a pass. We sit up here and we're dealing with ordinances and CIPs and budgets and sitting through the Planning Commission sessions, I come to value their expertise because this is the one area that they are focusing on. They don't have other things on their plate. And so kudos to them, and I would encourage anybody who wants to be an expert on this topic beyond myself to watch those Planning Commission sessions. So just for clarification, what's presented to us tonight is this draft preferred plan. And if my education is correct, it's to kind of set some parameters. I won't say best and worst case scenario, but lower limits, upper limits, if we're talking the amounts, so that an environmental impact report can then move forward. Is that generally correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what I watched through the Planning Commission, it seemed that just for purposes of then seeing the environmental impact report feasibility, let's set that aside from the financial feasibility, which seems to be the bugaboo we're dealing with here. That's what we need this report for, so that we can get the environmental impact report underway.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. But in looking at one of the slides tonight, it says, and then,
Councilmember Bewley, if I could just interrupt, it's not just to undertake or initiate the environmental review process. It's also to begin the process of writing the details that will go into the specific plan.
and that was going to be my next question, because I did not hear that once during any of the 3 Planning Commission sessions. But tonight, during this report, we get to the slide 25. We will be using this for drafting of specific plans is underway. So that seemed like a big misunderstanding on my part, and I did sit through those planning commissions. So, and where I'm going with that in my questions, it seemed, a number of the questions, maybe I'll just ask you guys direct, that this preferred plan, it's kind of fluid, nobody's locked into it, and these numbers that we're using in there, there is some flexibility within that range, with the various ranges. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and thank you, Interim City Manager, for that clarification. That's important. The Planning Commission gave a recommendation to study a unit count under CEQA and inform the drafting of the specific plan with components. Where they didn't feel comfortable was making a recommendation yet on a maximum unit count for the specific plan. So the recommendation doesn't commit the city to that maximum unit threshold yet. There's still opportunity to continue to discuss and refine that number as we go through the process.
And not just the number, there's a couple other questions I see in the draft preferred plan, and you guys, I'll apologize in advance if I'm not an expert on your particular terminology and phraseology, but this plan we're looking at tonight, it's a draft plan. And we get the EIR report, and eventually we come back, or apparently concurrently, it's starting to inform you on the specific plan that is underway. And you'll look at 2,300, probably not very hard at 2,300 based on the financial feasibility, as well as the upper end of 4,000. And so you'll be informed by those numbers as you go forward, getting a head start on the specific plan, for lack of a better term, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That'll be used as an envelope to start drafting the specific plan.
And I guess where I'm trying to go is when we get to the specific plan, how much variation, if any, what are the extremes, so to speak? And then I'll follow up with a question after this statement. For instance, I look at the draft preferred plan, and there's the only preferred plan that has been presented includes the two-road access. Whereas in the previous presentations to the commission, we had the 2300, which could accommodate a single road. And then I think I heard that once you get to 2301, under code or ordinance, you're talking about that second road of access. This preferred plan that I'm looking at doesn't even contemplate anything but a two-road access. Am I reading that correctly?
It's presented because we need to study it for environmental impacts, because we anticipate that a developer will likely submit an application in that 2,300 to 4,000 unit count. And we're preparing the preferred plan in line with the Planning Commission recommendation today. So that's why you're seeing it on all the alternatives.
Okay. And my concern, and maybe have the answer for this, since this preferred plan does not even consider an alternative where there's not two roads, are we going to be limited, if we approve this plan tonight, to only considering for the specific plan the two-road access?
So technically, as you see it presented on the screen here, we have a minimum and a maximum. So if a master developer came in with the 2,300 units, consistent with what was presented, they would not have to build the secondary road based on the traffic analysis. We are showing it because there is a range between that would be offered there, meaning that a master developer could come in anywhere between 2,300 and 4,000 units. And as you noted, as it's been studied at 2301, we need that secondary access. Additionally, a few other things will be studied under CEQA, and concerns around safety have been brought up a couple different times about how do we possibly keep this area safe, whether it be fire, police, et cetera, with only one access road. There is the opportunity to provide emergency access using through Harbor Village there. And so that is being looked at as well, except that would not be, for everyday coming and going. And that's on Merrimack, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I think I got my answer on how engraved in stone is this draft preferred plan. I think I've satisfied myself on that. You went through a portion of this about the community outreach, and we had all the various feedbacks and the polls and the sessions. And I heard a lot of commentary about that, well, they wanted some bike paths and they want a two-road access. There were some people who said that and some people who said this. But did I hear accurately in the various planning commission sessions when they drilled down and they looked at the data and they looked at the report, there was pretty strong public sentiment that they want a low density down in the 2,300 range. And well, let me start there. That was the first preference of the surveys and the outreach that we have done.
I wouldn't say that's entirely accurate. We asked participants to provide their feedback on components of the plan. So some respondents would say, I like the majority of the components from concept 2 or from concept 1. But what we continued to message throughout those workshops and in the public meetings that we've had since then is to make recommendations on the components of those land use concepts that could be embedded into a preferred plan. So that's why you hear me say things like a grand promenade was preferred by a lot of respondents. There were also comments about dispersing open space. A lot of the comments that we actually heard in a lot of public meetings was, well, maybe we actually need to think about going higher in density in order to accommodate open space. And actually, it may not be more about the size of the open space, but the value of the improvements that are on it. And that's something that the Parks and Community Services Commission discussed a lot on October 9th. So it's not as simple as saying like there was one land use
concept or one number that was preferred by all respondents. And unfortunately, just given the time here today, I had to go through the, community's responses quickly, but all of that information is on the website. So it really details every question that we asked as part of the survey and what that feedback was.
It just seemed the sense of the 3 planning commission sessions, and some attended rather vociferously by the public, or that they didn't want to see high-density, multi-story developments over there, and they were concerned about adequate green space, and they were concerned about a lower density. That just seemed the sense. And now this preferred plan that's being recommended for us to approve as a draft preferred plan again, it contemplates a removal or a reconfiguration, or it's at least going to impact 6 holes of the golf course.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then I would also see tonight, and I won't tell the slide, but the harbor frontage that is now the green area. Is that the entirety of the 6 holes, or does that go beyond the golf course if we were to drill down on that area there?
Yeah, it's all golf course area here. As to how many holes it impacts, I'd have to go back and look. But it is the 6. It is the 6
The
holes.
vast, yeah. And this preferred draft plan, I see that, I guess the city ordinance general plan, we contemplate 4.26 acres of open space for 1,000 residents. And what does this preferred plan contemplate? How many acres of open space are we going to achieve these numbers? I thought I heard things of like 1.2 acres per 1,000.
Well, so the land use concepts studied different levels of open space. This is the recommendation from the Planning Commission to include in the specific plan this city general plan requirement of 4.26 acres per 1,000, with the understanding that a master developer could potentially propose complying with that standard through land dedication, through improvements to the land, and through impact and fees.
Sorry to cut you off, but so the recommendations, the 3 different variations we looked at, had open space acreage significantly below this 4.26 acres.
Yes, that's right, but we consistently heard that people wanted to see a maximum of open space or to make sure that we were compliant, so.
I get it, but my concern is we got 4.26 here. You've already done economic feasibility, financial feasibility, and you're coming in at 1.2. So why do we even put 4.26 in here? It's not a realistic number. Am I missing something?
So just like we have this sort of sliding scale for the number of units that are proposed right now, because we're going to analyze for CEQA purposes a maximum of 4,000. Then as we work through our specific plan and start to get more comments, assuming that's what we move forward with, that could be refined further, but a maximum has been studied under CEQA. That being said, when a master developer would come in with their proposal under the specific plan, that would establish the population that they would be generating with the exact number of units that they have, and that would determine then the open space requirement at that time. It's a little complicated because as planners, that's how we like to do things. But as Anna was explaining earlier, there are different ways that a city achieves its open space goals. Sometimes it is through fees or dedication of land. Other times it's through dedication of land plus improvements to the land. And so there would be a variety of those tools available in the specific plan to meet what you see here of this 4.26 acres per 1,000 residents.
Okay. Timing. I think we had December of this year to get the specific plan done, or was it to get to this point where we're at now? Because I see we got an extension till December of 26, correct?
Yeah, so the original agreement
noted a deadline of December 2025, and the state agreed to extend the timeline to December 2026.
And what has to be completed by December 26?
The specific plan process.
So we have to have a plan in place that not only informs us, but it informs developers. Here's the parameters, here's the envelope upon which you can work, and then they can start presenting fully formed plans, if you will, if they want to move forward.
So a certified environmental impact report and an adopted specific plan.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr.
You know you're not going to be able to use that newbie thing much longer, right? Just teasing. Okay, so to be clear, and going off of what Councilmember Bewley was just sharing, you're not asking us to set a maximum. You're comfortable with using the sliding scale at this point and allowing a developer to identify a configuration that works within those bounds. Is that right?
So this is, the sliding scale is going to be used to draft the specific plan and to conduct environmental review. At some point, the idea would be to include a maximum unit count in the specific plan. And this sliding scale allows us to continue to move forward in the process while still continuing to have that conversation of what that appropriate maximum should be.
So what additional data or results at this point would drive anything other than 4,000 being the maximum?
Just continued input that we continue to receive through the City Council and the Planning Commission, and weighing up all of the other specific plan requirements that we're going to have and what that balance is going to look like with the number of units that can reasonably be accommodated on the site.
Okay. I don't know if you were intentionally careful about your language when you were talking about the 4.26 acres during the original presentation, but you said the developer could meet that requirement. And so, again, following Councilmember Bewley here, you know, we're not being prescriptive about the 4.26. How much of that is a function of the sliding scale we're talking about, and how much of it is a result of potential density bonus waivers, for example?
It could be both. I mean, to put it really simply, what you want to do is set what your goal should be. This is our general plan policy. This is our expectation for developers. So you set that as your parameter, and that's what the Planning Commission wanted to do. And then you kind of say, hey, master developer, you give us your best shot at meeting this requirement. Show us how you're going to meet compliance. One of the things I talked about with the Parks and Community Services Commission and that they acknowledged was that to them, the amount of open space isn't as critical as the actual value of the open space or what it is being used for. They acknowledged that, like, for example, sports fields were really important. So they wanted to see programmed, active open spaces, and that was more important to them than just purely like a tick box of having a size of public open space. And so that gives us the opportunity to let the master developer say, this is how I'm going to meet your community needs and comply with your specific plan.
Yeah. So we would prioritize things like sports fields in the specific plan as part of the sort of land use preferences or under amenities. I'm not sure which. Is that what you're thinking?
What we want to do is establish a requirement and then give some flexible options and opportunities for the master developer. Like, these are potential locations that we think would be really good for open space because of certain geographical factors and proximity and location. And these are the types of open space that we want to see, and we could create some parameters around them. There'll probably be a minimum amount of open space that needs to be required so that they can't just, you know, provide something that's wildly below our city goals and expectations. And also, you know, some parameters around the type of open spaces that the city wanted to see, like the pedestrian trails, like fields, sports fields, things that are actually programmable and can be used by citizens.
Okay.
And Councilmember Marr, sorry, if I could add on to Planning Manager McGill's answer. So through the specific plan, certainly the amount and the amount of the open space is a starting point. When you have land, 4.26 acres per thousand, there's an equivalent amount of value for that has flexibility in the way it can be met. But additionally, once a master developer comes in and works with city staff to identify where the open space locations would be. Staff would also work in accordance with the city's park master plan to look at the greatest needs, to look at what would satisfy the parks master plan, and use that as a launching point for what kind of open space uses would be incorporated into the Fairview Developmental Center development. So at that point, there's a whole separate process as well. So in other words, the open space uses in FDC would not be in a vacuum. It would be in concert with the city's overall parks master plan, and it would work to achieve whatever those needs are in their priority. So I wanted to add that component into that equation.
Okay. I guess part of the reason I'm asking is because I guess I expected at this point in the process, and no disrespect to all of the work that you've done to get here, but that we would maybe put a finer point on, some of the amenities, some of the flavor. We're building a neighborhood, so what do we want that neighborhood to represent? Do we want it to be, gardens? We want it to be natural building materials. We want to have super wide promenades, super bike paths. Those are a lot of the questions we've been asking about from the public, right? And so, and we've heard open space is so important. I get nervous that it's still so flexible and loosey-goosey, and I'm looking for some more certainty, but I'm not sure how to do it, given that I know that a developer can override it using the density bonus, or say we can't do what you want unless we cut the amount of affordable housing, right? There's too many levers at this point that I'm struggling a little bit to be more concrete about some of these things. And so this is where I thought we'd be a little bit more concrete, but it seems like we're still not, because we're giving the flexibility to the developer. Am I framing that right? In my head?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. I think the phasing is a little bit complicated in the case of FDC. I think most of us in the conversations about development plans are ready to get down to that granular level about what the exact amenity is or where things are. But unfortunately, with our contractual obligation to create only the specific plan and not knowing what a master developer working with the state's Department of General Services is going to propose, we have to use our best information and our best knowledge to frame the parameters. And then acknowledge that when a master developer submits some kind of a proposal, that we have the mechanisms in place to work to come to a compromise between what they propose and what the city needs. And that's really the tool of the specific plan. And so, yes, it's a little bit different from what we're used to, but we have to, do the best that we can. And that means understanding that the best we can do with the specific plan is parameters and process, and obviously stating the community's priorities, but then knowing that there will be a work in progress as we work with the developer to refine that proposal to then come back on a development level.
Are there limits to what a developer could density bonus waive? I mean, given all the things that we're talking about, the access road, the commercial space, the open space, what is fixed in the specific plan and what is potentially subject to waiver by the time we get to that point in the process that you're talking about? Sorry, I don't know which of you wants to take that.
A master developer would be able to propose concessions and waivers. They will want to follow our specific plan as closely as they can, and so that's why we're trying to write it with this envelope of anticipating the amount of development that we think is reasonable to expect. We can deny a waiver if for health and public safety. So the secondary access, if they said, I'm going to build 4,000 units and not provide a secondary access and waive that requirement, that would be something that we could deny, right? So there are some limitations in the types of waivers and concessions that we could consider, but if it's to do with public safety, that would be a circumstance where the city could deny it.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. I'm reading the staff plan and again, trying to read between the lines on some language here. Staff is engaged with a golf course designer to evaluate feasibility of several alternative golf course plans that result in an overall improvement to the city's golf course resources, rather than simply reconfiguring the 6 holes. Are we using the state money that was given to us to study FDC to look at redesigning our golf courses?
Let me answer that.
Please.
Hi, Councilmember Mar. No, this would be a separate process. Unfortunately, anything outside of the scope of FTC, we cannot use the state's money for. And so that's why we are seeking council direction on pursuing any discussions on harbor frontage. The expenses that would be incurred by the consultant that the city works with, the city would fund that. So it's actually, we keep that in separate buckets.
So are you, city manager, are you planning to bring back a contract with this golf course consultant to look at anything that's not covered within the scope of FTC? Because I haven't seen a scope of work. I didn't know we hired this firm other than kind of in passing.
Yeah, actually, the city has a contract with the golf course. It's an on-call with the golf course consultant. And so if we were to pursue having a discussion on harbor frontage, we would have a cost proposal, and then and make sure it's within the scope of that contract. If it's outside of that, we might have to come back for an augment. But right now, we have an on-call contract, and it does have an upper limit of, I think, $100,000. A portion of it has been used to study the 6-hole reconfiguration that is being funded by FDC funds, and then the remainder, whatever that cost for harbor frontage study would be funded by the city.
I knew that we wanted a consultant to help us figure out the best, safest way to put a road or a passage through the golf course. But this question of an overall improvement to the city's golf course resources strikes me as inappropriate for this conversation. What am I misunderstanding?
That's some of the feedback that we received from the public and the Planning Commission. So that's why that's brought before the council today as a point of discussion. But as Director Tai identified, we did engage a golf course designer to help us with that 6-hole configuration and what impacts to a road would be, at grade, tunnel, that type of impact. We haven't gone beyond that yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I noticed in the specific plan as well, requiring coordination with the golf course operator and designer. Again, I'm hoping that's just in the context of this road, and I haven't gotten to the frontage discussion, so I'm assuming we're, okay, you're nodding. I had thought, and I'm probably completely misunderstanding this, but I had thought that the only reason we were talking about harbor frontage was in the context of a land swap for the far northwest corner of FDC. Now we're talking about harbor frontage in addition to the state site?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember Mar. So let me go back to that slide just so I can explain that a little bit more clearly. So at one point early on in the planning process, the city staff had discussed a potential land swap concept with the state. At the time, they were not supportive of moving forward with a land swap concept. They wanted the city to continue the planning process with a specific plan area. And so that raised questions with the Planning Commission at the May 27th study session, and they wanted to continue to explore not a land swapped concept, but just using the city land that's identified here and what potential development opportunities there would be here.
Okay. So the state land swap is off the table. This is just a question of, we have some prime real estate adjacent to this property. Is there a higher and better use than our second municipal golf course? Okay. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, staff, for answering our questions. It's always fun when we have a parcel in our city that's owned by the state, and they made it very clearly what they want is not necessarily what we may want. So I have a couple rhetorical questions. I don't know the answers to them. I just want to say them publicly so everyone can hear the responses. So following up on Councilmember Mar's questioning about the golf course, just to confirm, have we as a city met with the operators of the golf center about the potential impacts we'll have with Second Road?
Yes.
Okay. And have we in fact committed to helping them make the golf course better if it's possible while we look at adding a road through their golf course?
In identifying the impacts to the secondary access road and the golf, the holes that would need to be reconfigured, there has been contemplation by our golf course architect to the best degree possible, keep the same playability, the same par level that was previously there, to maintain the same type of playability and, if possible, potentially make it better.
I love that, and I'd love to even lean on the side and make it better. Because if we're going to be impacting a very important resource for our community that's very beloved by a lot of folks in our community, I think it behooves us to actually do our best to improve it while we're going to change it substantially. That's also my polite way of saying I do want to look at the harbor frontage, and ideally it'd be a separate process on FDC to not get bogged down with the state's requirements and whatnot. Second question, I'm really mad about 5 not happening. Is it possible for us to raise the maximum amount of housing units in this project to accommodate the housing units we've lost with the Hive project?
You know, what the Planning Commission recommended was studying up to 4,000 units, and they didn't feel comfortable at this juncture recommending a maximum unit count, but that is still on the table for soliciting input from the City Council. So if you want to go above and beyond what you see here today, that is something that, a recommendation that you could certainly make.
Okay, I would like to explore that option. I think it's the travesty we didn't get the Hive project, and considering how this is the last big plot of open land in Costa Mesa, I think it behooves us to look at all the options, considering we're giving options to a developer down the line. Next question, can we mandate mixed use in this area? For example, if we want to have business in the bottom and housing on top, can we encourage developers to do that?
Yes, that's correct. And if you see these dashed lines here, this is what the Planning Commission recommended to allow in the specific plan for mixed-use configuration. Their recommendation was to incentivize it and allow it and support it, not to mandate it.
Okay, I lean on them on the incentivizing aspect of things, because at the end of the day, we can only encourage, but I would want us to encourage developers to really utilize the space efficiently, because if you want to make sure there's not traffic impacts outside of FDC, we do our best to make sure folks can access all their needs inside of FDC. Similar question, you know, thinking about creating a community here, one that's kind of self-sufficient and self-sustaining, are we able to encourage the use or creation of perhaps a school and or a community center?
A community center will be included as part of the permitted uses and amenities that could be in the specific plan. We could potentially include a school as a permitted use. Daycare facilities are intended to be a permitted use as well. We've had conversations with the school district. At this stage, with the unit count that we've been discussing, they don't think it necessitates another school, but it's certainly something, if a master developer wanted to propose, we could include in the specific plan as a permitted use.
Thank you. And those are my questions. The point I'm trying to make to the audience is this. We have a parcel of land that's going to be developed regardless of what we want, because the state owns the land. And I think it behooves us to give them the maximum amount of flexibility to create a community that's actually self-sufficient and doesn't bleed out to neighboring parts of Costa Mesa. Because if we do not have enough commercial uses that are necessary, like laundromats, like childcare, things of that nature, they're going to spill out into the rest of Costa Mesa. And it behooves us, if it means having more density to contain the community, I think it's a good use of our time and our thought process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Gameros.
So I do have a few questions. Hopefully this doesn't raise the hair on the back of anyone's neck, but they are just a couple of simple questions. And as is every single community here pretty much high density? Is all the development expected to be a high density development?
We're expecting a range of different densities. Bear with me 1 second, because we had a backup slide that might help answer this question a little bit more clearly. These are some of the sample housing types that would be included in this specific plan. We know that, for example, like DDS and some of the more affordable housing unit projects might be more like 2 to 3 story walk-ups. There might be some configuration for townhomes, and that could go all the way up to, some of these higher density housing product types that you see.
So utilizing this graphic that you have here, this is great. So in the upper right-hand corner, I have multi-story flats, 10 to 30 units per acre, 3 to 4 stories. So this would be considered more on a luxury style kind of housing. Is this like a duplex or a single family? What when it says multi-story flat, what are we talking about?
Yeah, the multi-story flats would indicate more like apartments. But then if you look at like your townhomes, those would be more in the, townhome, single-family type configuration, your 10 to 24 units.
Okay, so Councilmember Chavez was talking about mixed-use developments. Let's just talk about if we were going to have developments, hypothetically speaking, say facing the golf course. Is there a consideration for luxury style developments that could be placed there, or R1 style single family homes that could be placed along the perimeter there that could get a high value? That would be like a high value development. Have we considered that? Is that something that's an option?
We've considered it, and when we reached out to developers, we had some discussions around, like, is there, potential for value in certain areas of the specific plan. The way that we intend to write the specific plan is with that flexibility, so that that master developer could come in and say, this is the type of product type I want to do. This is where I think that, these types of housing typologies would be most appropriate in these different areas.
So for example, then let's say I'm a developer and I'm going to build 10 5,000 square foot luxury units, 2 or 3 stories, and I'm going to charge $10 million a piece for them. Is there going to be a requirement for me as a developer to make one of those an affordable unit, or will it be a pay in lieu of instead? Because it's kind of like jumbo shrimp when you say luxury home, an affordable luxury home. There's no such thing. So can you kind of explain to me, if that is an option, how that would work?
Yeah, so the specific plan will have the affordable housing requirement, and that is what we expect the master developer to meet. Very likely, a master developer will partner with affordable housing builder to develop those, so they would build those ready pads, and then they would hand it over. So it's hard to say at this stage the configuration that it would take. It could be in standalone buildings, it could be in a mixed-use configuration. It really depends on who the master developer ends up being, what their specialty is in building housing, and who they decide to partner with for the specific plan.
Okay, but it is an option, right? I mean, if somebody wants to come in and build a $10 million spec home, or a handful of them, that's something that could be afforded to a developer. There's certainly buyers out there, and there's certainly a market for it. So if we wanted to do that, is that an option?
Could we just clarify the question? Are you asking if the entire site would be used for single family with these luxury units?
But we have some of this site here that faces a golf course.
Sure.
So if we wanted to build luxury homes that face the golf course, those are expensive.
I understand what you're
saying. So
saying.
are we going to is there an opportunity to utilize that for a developer if they wanted to build, say, 10 spec homes and $100 million for 10 homes? That's pretty good money. So I'm just wondering, do we have a provision in there? Is there something in there for that? I know that we have all these density allocations, and we're trying to squeeze, 10 pounds of potato in a 5-pound sack in some cases. Maybe not a good analogy, but we're trying to squeeze all of this in. Do we have a provision in here for luxury developments?
I think your minimum density would help prevent that from occurring, because they would just have to provide a certain number of units on the site, and that would prevent the ability to have like too many areas where something like that could happen, but we don't intend to limit the type of typology. So it could be a mix of townhomes, flats, and we wouldn't pre-prescribe the locations unless that's something the city council wanted the specific plan to include.
Okay, and finally, these developments that are going to take place, do we have, are we predispositions to say that these are all going to be rentals, or is there going to be homeownership possibilities with these developments?
Yeah, so city staff have heard the city council say in several city council meetings that they want to incentivize and try to promote ownership opportunities. So that's something that we're definitely going to be writing into the specific plan and trying to think of ways that we can encourage ownership at the market and at the affordable levels.
Okay, I really appreciate that as a consideration. Thank you. I do enjoy your presentation. Good job. Thanks. That's all I have.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Maybe just building off of that last line of thinking. Actually, first, can you reiterate, just to sort of put a broader context on this all, can you reiterate the anticipated, maybe like fastest timing for all of this? We're talking about, the first building would go up fastest 10 years from now or something like that. Can you just walk us through that at a high level?
Yeah, sure. So if we complete the specific plan process and have an adopted specific plan, let's say before the end of 2026, we anticipate DGS will do their, the Department of Developmental General Services will do their disposition process. When we have a draft environmental impact report, they want to make sure there's a little bit of certainty in what our unit count might be before they start that process. So, sorry, I'm going to take a little bit of a long way to answer your question, because I anticipate that once a master developer is selected, they will likely start reaching out to the city to start having conversation about our specific plan process, what land use opportunities there could be, what type of application they can reasonably start to put together. The land use concepts and the financial feasibility studied a horizon of somewhere between 12 and 18 years before the entire specific plan process is complete. We anticipate that a master developer would phase a project like this because of its size, so it's reasonable to expect that it could be 5 to 10 years before those first homes start to get built, between going through the entitlement process, then the building permit process, and then actually starting that construction.
So I think I need you to stack those numbers. I wasn't sure. You said 5 to 10 years at the end of that 12 to 18 year period?
Okay, so let me rephrase it like this, and hopefully it makes more sense. One more year for the specific plan. I would give it another year to 18 months for entitlement. They'll probably go through entitlement quickly because we would have a specific plan in place. Let's say it's going to be another 6 to 12 months before they submit and go through the building permit process, and then they'll start building those units. So by year 4, 5, 6, you'll start to see units come online and be constructed. We would have a development agreement very likely with the developer, so that would then stipulate, by X number of units being built, we need to have this type of open space, we need to have a community facility, we need to have payment of certain impact and in lieu fees, so it would prescribe all of that too. But the total horizon for 2,300 units, you're looking at more like 12 years for everything to be completely built, and at the 4,000 unit range, it's more like on the 18-year horizon.
Got it. So construction, everything goes swimmingly. Construction as early as 2030.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
And then full build out 12 years starting from the point of construction-ish. I'm not going to hold you to these. I'm just trying to get a sense of when we're talking about maybe seeing some of the impacts. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then, so totally different, back to the last comment we heard. I've been thinking a lot about ownership as well on the affordable side. Been having some conversations recently with Habitat for Humanity. They've got a really nice ownership model. Is there in the way that we're approaching this with this master developer site, like what is the opportunity or what would need to happen for an organization like Habitat, or at least that model that's creating affordable ownership opportunities? Like how would that surface through this approach?
Yeah, so it's very likely that a master developer will look to partner with affordable housing builders. They're very good at leveraging tax credits and putting together the right balance of affordability, unit size, how many units should be in a building in order to leverage a project that's competitive for tax credit. So typically a market rate master developer wouldn't do that. At the time that they go through the disposition process, I anticipate they will start reaching out to the city. That's the time where we would likely say to them, hey, who are you anticipating partnering with? Have you reached out to Habitat? Have you, reached out to Jamboree? Different affordable housing builders and give that information to them. I mean, typically they work with them on a lot of projects, so we may not be sharing new information to them, but we could be sharing, some of our anticipated needs, like, hey, we really want to encourage ownership opportunities, and we know an affordable housing developer who's good at doing that.
As recommended, or as sort of the current list of recommendations, which I'm struggling to find in the slides here, we would have a minimum number of affordable units, but no specification on rental versus ownership. Is that something that we would, we could put in, or would it be very odd to put that in, or how would we put that in if we wanted to have ownership opportunity?
Yeah, so theoretically it could be put in. We weren't anticipating doing that just because we don't know who the master developer is going to be. So my sort of general recommendation to the council would be, you want to provide enough flexibility that you could anticipate a range of different types of master developers, not knowing who that would be, and also prevent a process whereby a master developer may need to come back and have an amendment to the specific plan process, because that's just going to take additional time in their entitlement review.
Okay.
Like let's say you have a requirement for ownership, like a certain percentage, and they're a developer who specializes in a rental product, then they might come back and ask for an amendment to that specific plan or a waiver and concession because.
But wouldn't that influence who is sort of applying or competing to become the master developer?
Well, I don't know how to answer that question because this is a little bit unique and complex in that it's a state-owned property, and they're going to go through the disposition process to find a master developer. So what we know is that they're going to go through that process and try to find a master developer who's going to meet their needs first and foremost, which is going to be prioritizing housing. It's not clear whether the state would be prioritizing rental versus ownership, so it's kind of hard to answer that question and understand who they might pick as a master developer.
Councilmember Reynolds, if I could just add on to that. I've heard a couple of comments about incentivizing ownership. One traditional way to do that, and certainly the council could provide input to staff on that, is through development standards in the specific plan. If the development standards, for example, for ownership projects maybe are a little easier to meet, for example, they're not whatever that looks like, and we could certainly craft that. That's also a way to make it more desirable for developers to choose to pursue an ownership project rather than a rental one. So that could be a suggestion for staff, and then we can work through that on the specific plan.
Can you just give me a quick example of that? We see development standards in the specific plan. Is that something that would specifically say, we expect ownership opportunity?
Sure. So, I'll do the converse. A traditional way communities back in the early 2000s would actually incentivize rental over ownership. It was a different time then, is that they would, for example, have more restrictive parking requirements for ownership rather than rental. I'm giving you a converse example.
Oh, I see.
And it would drive people to build the one with the lesser restrictive development standards. So more people would build rental because it didn't require as much parking. I'm using an example that's like far away, but that you can see how the incentivizing works. And so we could certainly think up ways to craft some development standards that might incentivize that.
And When would that happen in the process? We would do what we're doing tonight, we get the AR, and then we're working on specific plan this time next year.
Correct. It would be part of the specific plan development standards, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that example, that's helpful. Okay, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure. We talk about units, minimum units, maximum units, but a unit could be an efficiency unit for one person, or it could be a 4-bedroom house, right? There's no specification on the type of units.
Unless we put
I know
provisions in the
we want
specific
that
plan.
flexibility,
Yeah.
but just to
Yeah.
okay, because it's a pretty big, 4,000 efficiency units is a very different impact than 4,000 4-bedroom flats or whatever they are. Okay, and how do we turn, knowing that a unit could be, there's a pretty wide range of what a unit could be, how do we translate that to, number of people, estimated number of cars, that kind of stuff?
I think we have a slide I could speak to even. Let me go to the back here.
And then I'm assuming while you find that, we could use the same sort of development standard levers as part of the specific plan process to encourage one or the other, or, some mix. Okay. Oh, I missed this.
Oh, no, this
Wait,
is
that was not in our printout.
This is
Page
a back.
48. Okay.
This is a backup slide. Just like we did for our financial feasibility, there's a set of assumptions that we use to estimate our population. And so given the breakdown of units as you see here, given the range for level of affordability, there are some general guidelines for what we think will be we would use as persons per household through the Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, consistent with other projects in the city. So you'll see some of the footnotes here. So for instance, on that one,
It doesn't say the number, but you're using an average person's per
it's at
household.
the top, sorry, it's right under population and open
Oh, there
space.
it is,
Person
2.6,
it's
okay.
2.64. And then we also have, as was noted earlier, there are some state requirements about a certain number of permanent and supportive households. We made assumptions for some senior units based on these different concepts. And then we pulled through one person per unit for things like that. Same with the state housing model. The DDS housing counts towards the population living here. That's an 80-20 model where 20% of them are single occupancy units, and then the other are moderate income level units, which would be at the persons per household consistent with the 2.64.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to pivot to the parks and open space conversation. I came into this meeting sure that a minimum acreage of open space was part of the recommendation. I wasn't seeing that on your slide. I wasn't hearing that in the discussions. In our staff report on page 8, it does say 12 acres minimum and no maximum. So help me understand, what is the current recommendation related to park open space requirements?
Yeah, so this is the recommendation that was forwarded on from Planning Commission to include the city plan, the city general plan of 4.26. Where you were seeing that 12 acres is from the original staff recommendation to include a minimum. We still anticipate, as part of the specific plan drafting, including at least a minimum. That would be a starting point for discussion, and the reason to do that is so that the developer has to meet compliance at a very minimum by providing a certain amount of dedicated open space. Because like I said before, they could potentially meet it through open space dedication, improvements, and in lieu fees. So that minimum at least sets a baseline for the amount of open space that we expect.
So staff recommended a minimum, Planning Commission did not? And what was their reason for not?
They were okay with studying 12 acres at a minimum for environmental review, but they wanted to make sure that the specific plan started with the general plan policy, and then a master developer would have to show how they meet compliance.
Got it. Okay.
So think about it from an environmental perspective.
Sure. Yeah.
The less open space, the less impacts. Like, we know that open space doesn't have a lot of environmental impacts. So if we study a minimum of 12 acres of open space, we're still okay if a master developer proposes more, because we're not anticipating additional impacts from provision of more open space.
Got it, okay. It would be in the specific plan process then that we would lock down a minimum, obviously if we so choose?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And maybe this is a conversation for that time, but I do want to understand a little bit more this idea of, I guess, alternative options for a developer to meet open space requirements, if not on that site. You mentioned, I think, 3 things. In lieu fees, right, which is putting funds in a bucket, but we still have to find land. What were your other 2?
So provision of the open space, so actually dedicating publicly accessible open space, improvements to that open space, so that could be parks, amenities. Some cities in the past will count like community facilities as meeting an open space requirement. It's something that we could consider. At a prior jurisdiction, we had a developer propose like a teen center, for example, and that was something that the city actually really wanted to see to meet the open space requirement. So there's a variety of things that could be done to meet that requirement, and then provision of in lieu and impact fees that could potentially be used in line with the city's parks master plan.
Okay. Improvements to existing open space would not increase our acreage of open space, right? That would have to be a council decision to say we're gonna, accept that as a provision of meeting open space requirements.
Yeah, the city would have to make that consideration if we would accept that as means of compliance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. One thing I'm concerned about, way back when we started this process, when we thought we were going to have the full acreage to work with, right, and it's been slowly nibbled away. I recall, I think it was, we thought we were going to have a little over 100 acres, and a quarter of that we were going to save for open space. Like, this project was going to be our big answer to the open space woes in Costa Mesa, and still not enough to meet our general plan goal of 4.26, right? I've found a few different numbers in different places, but I think we're currently 80 to 90 acres short of our open space goal. So even getting the maximum of our original plan from this site, we're not even close to hitting our goal. Whittling that down further, I just don't know what other options we have to find open space. So maybe, since I understand that this is not sort of critical to lock down tonight, but for staff, it would be really helpful to get a summary of, what is the 4.26 acres per 1,000 residents goal mean currently in terms of how many acres we want to have in the city, maybe including the expected build out of this site, right? Because that would add residents. Where are we at in actual parks and open space? So I would say not including community facilities, so that we're very clear on what that gap is. And then where else in the city is there available land to be dedicated for open space? Because I just don't think that gap, I can't think about driving around the city and seeing a lot of vacant land that's available to build new park space, right? And so what is the realistic opportunity for someone to find park space outside of this site to potentially fill that gap? I would appreciate having those numbers, as precise as within reason, because I've seen, plus or minus 10 acres here or there in the different resources that I've found. Does that make sense? Okay. The harbor frontage study area, what is the acreage of that pink blob on the map?
Yeah, it's about 22 acres.
Okay. Well, that's potential for growing parks and open space. I appreciated the comment that you shared that our parks and community services gave back about the value of open space, right? Like a whole bunch of, every acre is not equal. And one thing I recall from our previous open space master plan discussions, in addition to community comments, is the desire for in particular soccer fields. I think that was the big deficit in our previous research. And so how, I'm guessing you're going to say specific plan, but where do we provide the any rules or boundaries or incentives related to sort of contiguous open space that can be used for programmable sports fields versus sort of walking space? How do we set some parameters on goals there?
There's a variety of ways that you could do that through just encouraging it as permitted uses, listing it as priority types of open space that we want to, like, further down the spectrum of actually requiring a certain amount of open space to be specific to fields or pedestrian connections or trails or things like that. So that's the kind of spectrum of what you could include in this specific plan.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and then this is an aside. Oops, and our city manager just stepped out. Director Gruner, you might be able to answer this. I was on the Parks Commission in 2017 when we were working on the open space master plan. We had some real numbers based on studies at that time about, obviously existing resources, but then what the identified gaps were. There were numbers that came out of that research about how many, to meet the demand at that time, how many additional sports fields do we need? I recall a swimming pool scored very high on that list. 3-4 years later, we put some money into some additional research. I think it was post-COVID research, right, to update those needs. We have not seen those numbers yet. I believe the research was done. Is there any information that you would be able to get to council ahead of us working on this specific plan, which I think means you have several months to get our best estimates to date based on real data about what the highest priority open space and recreation needs are? We have the data, right? And I've been looking back and forth between you and Ms. Reyes because I know she's been involved in this process too.
Yes, we can certainly present to the council in a memo what those findings were, although I do want to note that the findings were outdated at that time. We didn't have Lions Park, which has provided additional park acreage. We didn't have additional access to like Davis Field. So the numbers wouldn't be reflective of the current needs, but we would definitely be able to provide you a summary of what the findings were at that time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I would expect that we can have the most up-to-date numbers on what our existing recreational facilities are, right? I'm interested in what came out of that research in terms of what is the demand and need, so that then we can look at the delta and see what the unmet need is.
Yes, this is something that we can provide the city council.
Okay. And do you remember off the top of your head, was it 2022 that data is from? It's relatively recent, right?
I do remember it was pre-COVID. So maybe
No, we did the research post-COVID because of COVID.
After, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mind's right now.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah, yeah.
2022, 2023.
Okay.
But we can go ahead
Yeah.
and get that information and provide a summary to the city council.
Okay, I think that would be really helpful and necessary in guiding this process, because it really is, as I think a couple of my colleagues have said, if we don't take this opportunity, there's not a lot left in terms of the city for like undeveloped open space for recreational play. And I want us to be as informed as possible in terms of what we do try to fit in here, whether it's required or encouraged as part of this process. And I just don't have a sense of is that 20 acres or 10 acres? And I want to be more informed in that
Great.
discussion.
We'll go ahead and do that work together. I'll work with the Parks and Community Services Director, and we'll get that information to the city council.
Thank you. Thanks. City manager stepped out at just the most convenient time. Okay, I think those were all my parks-related questions. Some questions on the roads. So in the back of our staff report, as part of the report to the Planning Commission, there's some discussion about different approaches to road designs and concepts. I'm sure a lot of details would be laid out later, but I'm curious, one, well, how we design the roads actually can influence a lot of how acreage is used, right? And so I think that's actually very influential. Now, what would need to be, what do we lose an opportunity to influence between now initiating the EIR and working on the specific plan? Can you sort of define, yeah,
Yeah, we still have the opportunity to continue to refine. I mean, we presented to the Planning Commission some potential cross-sections for primary roads and local roads and what level of bike facilities would be required and width of open space and sidewalk and street trees and all that kind of stuff. But that can continue to be refined in the specific plan as we go to drafting one.
okay, so there's no sort of parameters related to road design or requirements that get locked in once we initiate the EIR process?
Not for the EIR process. The EIR doesn't need to know how wide the roads are.
Okay, okay. So I saw some of the options influence the road width, which obviously wider roads take away opportunity for the open space and other housing opportunities.
There will be a what we call a backbone road structure that will also follow the infrastructure plan. So when pipes need to be put in the ground for water, sewer, and those sorts of things, and so those will hold a different weight in, meaning that, you know, the master developer needs to follow that backbone road structure or come up with the equivalent to it. But the connecting roads you see in between that we call local roads or collectors, those things will be more flexible. And then, as Anna mentioned, we'll also define the width of the sidewalks, the type of bicycle lane that should be provided, or that is required to be provided, and then connections via trail and other types of mobility as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you know, I think we're all interested in sort of getting the best of the best practices out of this for all types of land use planning and housing developments and so on. I think it was Councilmember Chavez, you know, talked about how do we minimize any external traffic impacts, because we've made this a really well-designed space in terms of land use opportunities, but also mobility opportunities. And so when I flipped through those examples, I saw some, you know, really positive design, but then also, you know, had some notes. So, for example, you know, areas where we've got roads with no separation between vehicle lanes and walking lanes, you know, that's not something that's going to contribute to a walkable environment. There's areas where we have multi-use paths with no trees nearby for shade, and so those kinds of things I would want to make sure that we designed very well so that we are enhancing walkability, also adhering to our own pedestrian master plan. It sounds like that's all specific plan work.
It is,
Okay.
and an effort from a lot of different departments, because I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that it also takes partnership with fire and police, because we also need to make sure they can access those roads adequately as well. So
Of course, yeah,
we will
there's
work
standard requirements.
with everybody.
Yeah. Would it be part of the design to say, you know, road design is always sort of felt a little bit backwards to me as I've learned about it, but you know, it seems to me, you know, there was mention of a school. I understand that there's not need for that, but near parks or near a daycare center, we would want vehicle speeds to be slower, right? So there's less of an opportunity for someone to get hit and severely injured. Could we take an approach where, as part of the road design, we say we want to design for this speed in this area? What happens, right, is, as we hear in our public comments all the time, or as we know from being humans out on the roads ourselves, is, you know, Victoria, for example. Rajda, do you know off the top of your head average speeds on Victoria? I mean, this is a road that goes in front of an elementary school, many churches, where when I'm going 45, which might even be over the speed limit, I'm getting passed, right? Like, I think it's really, we talk about this grand promenade. How do we make sure that the driving speed is a comfortable 25 miles an hour and not 45 miles an hour? How would we build that into the design?
So we have to, Councilmember Reynolds, we need to look into things like lane widths and if there are any other measures we want to build in for depending on the type of roadway. I mean, of course, if we want to carry a significant amount of traffic and at a reasonable space, then we would have less of barriers on that particular type of roadway. So it depends on the type and function of the roadway.
Okay. And are we able to sort of dictate a design speed? I don't know if I don't know who
So
I should be looking
I
at
haven't
here.
seen a specific plan identify a speed, but design features that would lower natural speed, like reducing the width of the actual roadway, increasing the width of sidewalks, bulb outs, pedestrian crossings, stop signs, things like that. And so that's the refinement that will happen. And, you know, these in front of you are just some examples of like cross sections, but this is what we're continuing to work with our Public Works and our Transportation Division on, so that we can have those provisions in if they're going to be next to daycares or next to housing. So you'll have different standards for like your main roads versus your local roads to help sort of indicate where we want to see reduced speeds.
Okay, and that would be specific plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all. Turn myself off. Thank you to all the council members. A lot of good questions. So at first, I've got a few questions of my own, but I just want to understand like what we want to do tonight, okay? So as I understand it, we'll finish asking our questions, we'll bring the public in, we'll hear from the public, and then we're going to have to give you some direction. And one of the things, as I understand it, you're going to ask us to do is to make some type of a motion to kind of unleash the Kraken of CEQA and the EIR process, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other thing that is in the staff recommendation is to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation, okay? And I like working with the city council team. I've learned a few things about these individuals over the years. They tend to be opinionated. I'm included in that group. Sometimes we don't always agree. And also, I don't think on something like this, I could ever imagine that we would just say, we adopt the Planning Commission's report. So I expect what you're going to hear is different council members at that point of the meeting expressing their point of view about what they'd like to see in a specific plan without us necessarily coming to any type of majority or consensus. Is that okay for tonight?
So the Planning Commission recommendation was to move forward with an envelope to study under CEQA. Very similar to this dais, they struggled to actually be able to pinpoint some of the minimums and maximums that they wanted to see in the specific plan. They recommended that envelope to be studied for environmental review purposes, so we could kick that off and we could still continue to work through those elements of the specific plan, like maximum unit count, like cross-sections, like design considerations, and all of those things that they anticipate coming back to them at a later date for further input and consideration.
Okay, I guess the answer to the question, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is, from a staff perspective, in terms of what you need from us to go to do your work on creating the specific plan, how tightly, if at all, do you need us to tighten the bolts? Because every time we turn that screw, it could be, or sorry, to use the metaphor, come down a thread, it could be a lot of discussion between the city council, and it would be much easier for us, and what I'm hoping you'll say is adequate, for us to be able to move you guys on to make sure you give the votes you need, and then for us to just express ourselves right? And then you can listen and you can decide who agreed with whom and so forth. And we're not burdened with having to come up with some draft plan that we have to come to a majority decision. Would that be adequate? I hope you say yes.
Yeah, you summarized it quite well. I mean, this is the Planning Commission recommendation for the envelope to continue to study under CEQA. And then what I anticipate will happen is that members of the city council will continue to give feedback. Hey, please make sure that you study this, make sure that you include incentives for this. I want to see this at this point in the process. I want you to come back with this information, and we'll take that all on board for when we come back to you with a draft specific plan.
Right. And we're not, I'm sorry, do you have something to add?
We need a maximum. So for instance, I heard Councilmember Chavez say, what about 5,000? If we go and study 4,000 under CEQA, which is the Planning Commission recommendation, it would take a lot of additional further study and time in our schedule to increase the unit count. So tonight, we would really like to get the ceiling, the maximum number of units that should be considered.
Other than,
Or that should be studied, or that you're comfortable with us studying, knowing you could pull it down.
okay, I heard that. Other than the maximum amount of units you need to study, is there any more specificity that you need from us to do the specific plan?
Just the more detail you could give us about what you would like to see in it, the better. That will help us meet your expectations. And if there would be anything else related to maybe the commercial square footage, if you're comfortable with the 35,000 square feet, because that's another one where we want to be studying maximum impacts. So,
Mr.
Yo, hold on one second. What was the other one?
the commercial use, because it is
Commercial
a
use.
traffic generator, if anyone felt that they wanted to see more than 35,000 square feet, that is something that we would want to study. Right now, the proposed land use plan before you is 35,000 square feet a maximum.
Okay, so maximum number of units, maximum number of commercial space. Are there any other items where you need that type of specificity from us tonight?
No, when we say that envelope, that's really what we're referring to. The Planning Commission said, we're okay with you studying up to 4,000 units to identify what the impacts are. We're okay with you studying up to 35,000 square feet of commercial. They included the city general plan policy because they want to see that written, the specific plan. But at this stage, that's not specifically needed to conduct the EIR. And the secondary access point is another thing that we will be including in the EIR because we're anticipating up to 4,000 units being studied, and therefore that secondary access road also needs to be studied.
Right, that stands to reason. Okay, you wanted the floor, and then I have not done with my questions, but go ahead.
Well, along the same line, so you need to understand whether or not we should be including harbor frontage too, right? I mean, if we're going to include 22 additional acres in the EIR, don't you need that now?
So that's a good question. We are in agreement with the state to move forward with the specific plan area and process as it is. If you direct staff to consider a harbor frontage study area, we would come back to you at a later date with some more information of what that would look like.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call it concurrent parallel process, right? It wouldn't be at the same speed as the specific plan.
Yeah, thanks, that's a good question. Okay, so I understand that now. I kind of understand what we're being asked to do here, and I appreciate those clarifications because then I'll focus more on things and probably cut some questions out. So it occurred to me, though, that in the staff report, and I remember this process, I remember people coming in and talking about it. In the staff report, there was a discussion of 18 different times that we went out and obtained feedback. And then in one of your slides, you talk about surveys and things like that. So what I don't see is, and I knew earlier, I was listening carefully, you said something about some of that information is on the website. I don't really see like a summary or some conclusions or about what type of like You know, what did people really want? What did people emphasize? Just some kind of data and you know, number crunching about those things. Why is that? Is there something about the process that didn't lend itself to that, or why don't we have that information?
That was shared in detail with the Planning Commission at the May 27th study session, and then in the follow-up meetings that we had with them. So we linked that information in the staff report, and we didn't include as much of that data in this presentation, just in the interest of time, to try to keep the staff presentation you know, timely. So that's why. It's because it had been presented to the public. It's public information on our website. There's a full memo that includes a summary of all the questions that we asked and all the responses that we got back and tabulated.
Fair enough. And so I should have clicked on that and looked at it that way.
I mean, it's, you know, it's public information to review. It was just in the interest of time of, we need to share a lot of different information with you, so we tried to pick some of the highlights to share with you. You know, in an ideal world, we'd walk through every single question, but
No, I don't want you to.
Doesn't lend itself to do that.
I wouldn't want you to, you know, go through every question, but some type of a format that, like, these were the top 10 things that people mentioned. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never done one of these things. You know, I'm going to use Councilmember Bewley's favorite phrase. This is my first rodeo, right? I've never done a specific plan, right? So for once, he's not the new kid on the block. I've never done a specific plan. I've never dealt with a development of this size. I've never had a situation where people do 18 different, you know, community feedbacks. I don't know, right? So, but I will tell you this, just, you know, and I don't mean to be critical or anything like that, but it's like, I don't go to those events, in part because I go to a lot of stuff. But I don't want the mayor to be around in those events. I feel like it's chilling somehow, right? But what I do expect, though, is to really get reported to me what happened there in a way that's digestible to me. And if I didn't, you know, dig in and click on the right thing or whatever, then I'll accept accountability for that. But if you could get me that information so I could look at it, just help me find it. And I'm sure it's adequate. I'm sure it exists. I just didn't read it before tonight. Okay, so I'm trying to think if I have any. I have a lot of opinions, but I'm not sure I have a lot of additional questions. And I'll wait for my opinions till after I hear from the public. But I do have a lot of opinions. So if you could just please turn just really quickly just to make sure I got my math right, slide 11. That's the one with the different concepts and so forth. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds brought my attention, at least I had read it, but she emphasized it, this idea of a minimum of 12,000 acres of open space, okay? 12,000 acres of 12 acres, yeah, 12,000, 12 acres, 12 million acres, 12 acres of open space, 12 acres of open space. And so then we've also got the 4.26 that we saw in the slide we just left. And then we've got and it's 4.26 per 1,000 residents, okay? And then we've got the estimated population. So we would use that and figure out how many 1,000s are in that. And if we multiply that by the 4.26, I come up with a lot of open space. So for concept one, which I know is kind of blown because of the feasibility, I come up with a little over 24 acres of open space based on that ratio. For concept two, 33 acres of open space. And for concept three, 43 acres, I'm rounding, of open space. I mean, it does seem like a lot of, a good amount of open space. Maybe Director Gruner knows the answer, just because to get an idea, how many acres are at Jack Hammett? I think it's like 15. Is that right?
I don't know exactly on top of my head how many acres Jack Hammett is. I do know that Fairview Park is 208.
Fairview Park's what?
208 acres.
Jack Hammett's 18.5.
Jack Hammett is 18.5.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably a little less than 20.
A little less than 20, okay. All right. So I just want to, so I did the math right, correct? So the 4.26 times 1,000, for 1,000, it's not a times 1,000, but for 1,000 residents yields much more than 12 acres.
Yeah, let me try to explain it in this way, and hopefully it provides clarification. So that is the city's most ambitious general plan policy and goal. That's, in an ideal world, what we want a master developer to meet. And then we would put in the ways of compliance, right? You can show us that you can meet that compliance through dedication of open space, improvements to the land that would be to the value of dedicating open space, and then impact and in lieu fees. And the reason that the 12 acres is mentioned as a minimum is the city saying, but if you demonstrate compliance, there's no scenario where we're going to accept less than 12 acres of dedicated public open space. And that number could change, but that's sort of the general idea. Like, you can show us alternative means of compliance, but it definitely can't be less than 12 acres.
Can't be less than 12 acres. Where did the 4.26 come from? Was that the Planning Commission?
It's a general plan policy, and so the Planning Commission pointed to that general plan policy as the
I see.
The requirement.
Okay. And is the minimum number of acres of open space something that we need to give you specific direction on, or can it just be from our comments?
You can, if you want to, give us direction on the minimum amount of open space that you want to see in the specific plan.
Okay. And I think this is implicit in a lot of things you said, and it's my last question, but we're in no way precluded by what we say or don't say tonight. In other words, no one's going to say, well, why are you bringing this up 6 months later? You didn't say anything on, October 21st. We could write you an email or write you a memo or through, of course, the proper channels to give you our feedback after we talk to different people and things like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, the direction tonight is that envelope, I'm going to use the word envelope, right? Those maximum thresholds that we study under CEQA. It doesn't commit the city to a specific provision in the specific plan. So that's something that we'll continue to work through. We'll come back and solicit your input on. So if you're saying today, I'm okay with you studying up to 4,000 units as part of the EIR, that's not you saying, I want to set the maximum for the specific plan at 4,000. You would still maintain the ability to adjust that number if the city council so chooses.
Okay, I'm sorry, I do have another line of questioning. So this might be for the city attorney, and I don't want to put him on the spot. I know he's filling in, or if anybody else, or Director Ty, if you can answer this. So this access road, right? The concept is the access road would go over the golf course, correct?
As proposed on
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, and the city of Costa Mesa owns that land.
Correct.
And we have a deed that we got, I think, at some point from the federal government. I don't know where we got it, but somebody mentioned earlier deed restrictions.
I believe there are restrictions. We would have to confirm the actual document, but I believe that is the case.
Does anyone know one way or the other, or is it something you have to study, whether or not the deed restrictions preclude us from doing a access road?
We would have to look at that, but I would also say that as part of the specific plan, there is going to be a process and a procedure in the case that a master developer needs to pursue that right-of-way for that road, be it an easement or be it fee. So there would be a process they would have to work through with the city to clear whatever restrictions there would be. But yeah, we would definitely need to confirm that. I just don't know if that off the top of my head.
Okay. So, yeah, you kind of anticipated my next question is we own the land, whatever the restrictions are.
Correct.
And for us to allow that access road to occur, to have a feasible development, we, the city council, would have to grant the real estate right of an easement.
Absolutely.
Right.
Or fee, which just the right to use, yeah.
Probably an easement.
Okay.
Okay. And then, and we don't know right now, as we sit here, whether we are allowed to do that under the deed restrictions whereby we obtain the land. But you're saying, are you fairly confident that we can do that, an easement? I mean, have you looked into it? Or?
I think our team members have, and I think there's a way. We'd have to amend some sort of restriction, but there's a way. It's not, locked in stone, in other words.
Right.
Yeah.
We got the land from somebody. Was
Sure.
it from the federal government? I don't even know. It was
State.
State?
State.
It was from the state of California. So it would probably be pretty easy. We get the state of California is the one that wants to do the development. If they're the ones that deeded it to us, they shouldn't have any problem lifting the restriction, right? Fair enough.
That's reasonable.
I got my answer. Good stuff. All right, let's open it up to the public. Public. Come on up.
Yeah, I have
Yes.
some big questions and then also some detailed questions too. But I'm a golfer and I'm concerned about the golf course. I think Councilman Chavez said it extremely well when he says that golf course is a major asset for Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa hired a maintenance, a maintenance person for it in the last 12, 18 months. The course has never been better. It's in excellent condition. My understanding is now the harbor frontage is an option, or is it a certainty?
I'm sorry, we don't have a dialogue. Yeah, we don't. No.
Oh, I see.
You
Okay.
have time to speak and.
I got it.
That's,
I got it.
We don't go back and forth.
Yeah, if that harbor frontage is taken, then that you don't modify 6 holes, you lose 6 or 7 holes if that ends up happening, and then the course is basically destroyed. I didn't see a slide of showing where that access road would go in relation to the golf course. It would have been very helpful to have that. And when you said that they'd have to reconsider reconfigure 6 holes for that access road. Wow, that must be a 17-mile drive or something, the way it would go through the golf course to be able to take out 6 holes. I just don't understand that part. That's the basis of what I had. Good, thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Yes, sir.
This issue got me started in caring about City Costa Mesa. I showed up to the first meeting related to the EOC when that was first on the docket. I live about 100 yards away from the intersection of Fair and Harbor. And so I've been a part of this process in the extent that I have been able to at all the community workshops that I could attend. And, they're not perfect processes, but the community showed up and there was ample opportunity for people to come and share on these themes. One thing, however, that I think was missing was this concept. I didn't see it. I missed the last meeting in last August, but at every stage in the process, you know, the public was operating out of the assumption, you know, that was at hand, which is this is the space we have to deal with and to utilize. This idea of a harbor frontage wasn't something that was presented at any of the meetings that I was at, and I'd be really curious to get the public's take on it. You know, I look at it living in the neighborhood of College Park. I see, you know, my whole issue and question with the FDC development is like, you know, it's this tucked away little neighborhood that's just back sort of like on its own. What benefit does it have to the rest of Costa Mesa? I actually suggested at those meetings that there should be commercial, that it should be something that people can utilize and be walkable and not have to spill out to other neighborhoods or increase traffic everywhere else. But the idea of being able to move this site out to Harbor and start to build on a corridor that's actually walkable, that's actually building on the momentum that Mercado has started and the positive sides of Harbor is something that's really exciting. I would love to see that in a land swap. I would love to see there still be 2 full courses of the golf course if that's possible. But that is something that is most exciting and interesting to me because, you know, there'll be other College Park dads will step up and share what they want to share. But the fact that we could walk across Harbor and, you know, it's right there. I also think that the benefit to the increased leases and rentals from prime real estate of that commercial space might also help with the financial feasibility of a project, something to consider. You guys have your hands full. Good luck.
Thanks. You appreciate your input. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, guys. I'm going to speak quick just to get through it all. My background is in investment sales, specifically land sales and office sales in Orange County on the institutional level. Currently, I'm representing the city of Tustin on their Tustin Legacy site, about 20 acres. That could grow to 50 acres. Very similar process. They own the land. They need to go through the state-approved process, et cetera. I'm also working with Brea, 30 acres plus, where we're working on a specific plan to add housing on what is currently a commercial site. So I have a lot of real-time feedback, even during this meeting, with some of the largest national developers of both multifamily and residential for sale. So it can give a lot of good insights on that and financial feasibility. One thing I'm concerned with on those sites, new specific plans as well as city sites that need to go through a state process, that affordability percentage is maybe closer to 15% for low, you know, or moderate. We're talking about affordability percentages of 40 to 70%. It's not feasible. You know, I can talk to those largest developers and they say it doesn't work. So I don't know how you're structuring it, but that's in and of itself is an issue. I will say that in terms of your ability to add affordability in small tranches throughout the city, it is great right now at a 15% rate of whatever you're developing. There's plenty of office, just like the Hive at one point, who I know all of those people very well. I could text them right away. I know exactly why that went the way that it did. But there's very similar scenarios where Anduril is not going to come out of the woodwork as the neighbor, where that office is not feasible, but they would sell to a townhome for sale developer that would then develop 15% of the site as affordable. And you could slowly march your way to your RHNA numbers. I see this as the city's way of appeasing RHNA numbers as quickly as possible and shoving it on a site in an area where all of Huntington travels through the 55 freeway off of Victoria all the way to Huntington, Southside Huntington, and you're adding 10% almost of the city of Costa Mesa on one site due to density. We just mentioned, I'm also live in College Park. I'm a group of 35 dads that are in a chat that are waiting for our feedback. We're very knowledgeable on what's going on here, and traffic is a big concern. As far as park space, our list was right, or Councilman Reynolds was right on it. It is going to be very difficult to find park space throughout the city. This is a prime and an unreal opportunity for you guys to hit your park numbers and for you to provide a minimum that is below your general plan to a developer. Guess what they're going to develop? Your minimum park space. They're going to. So I think you're losing an opportunity there. You should max your park space to where you feel comfortable, at least your general number.
Oh, sorry. I wish you had more time, but you don't.
That's fine.
Yes.
I have a business card. If anyone needs
Yeah.
it, I can advise.
Yes.
Hi, and thank you, Nico, and thank you to everyone for the updates. We another College Park dad, College Park family. I know some Mackay, Andrea, Harry, and want the best for Costa Mesa. But thank you most of all for these comfortable chairs, because I think I would have fallen off if when Mayor Pro Tem Chavez mentioned increasing the density. Obviously, everyone wants, I think it was mentioned by one of the council members, Councilmember Bewley, the lowest density option is the one that anyone I've spoken to in the community prefers. I also appreciate Councilmember Patisse's question about can these numbers be adjusted, because adding this many units in doesn't serve the community, it doesn't improve the community. The official number for it to be considered a city in the US is generally considered about 2,500 people. 5,000 in California is still an urban area, a decent sized city. So how you can't add the resources to add in schools, fire service, police, within adding another road to get access doesn't solve it. You do need those resources in there. The schools in Costa Mesa aren't generally considered as good as their neighboring cities, as Huntington Beach, as Newport Beach, as Irvine, as others. I think we need an investment in a good new school here in Costa Mesa. In College Park, we're seeing families who rent, who can't afford. I appreciate the affordability issue as well, because families are moving. They're moving to states. These are people, hardworking people with good jobs who have a good budget to buy a home. But what they could get in Texas, what they can get in Tennessee for the same money is 3 times the size of a house with a backyard, with good schools, in a good neighborhood. Packing in dense housing units doesn't serve those people, so we'll continue to see them go away. And if the schools say that they don't need another school, it's because families are moving away from Costa Mesa. So is that 1 minute? I still got a minute. So you might have me for another minute. But on that point, that's what we want to see. We want to see a place where other families like us can go. And we hate to see myself, Nico, and Cole, who are all neighbours, we hate to see another family move away because houses are being hoarded by landlords as well. So the people own multiple homes in the community. They're not keeping up with the maintenance on them. And that's more of an issue for families as well. So either looking at this through a different lens rather than just packing in units into one site without resources is not something that I think is going to improve the city. So I would urge you to say the cap at 4,000 is way too much. Even 2,300 seems like a lot, but with the proper resources, maybe it could work. And we would welcome new retail, new walkability within the community would be an improvement. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, sorry. Let me get you back. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Maria DeZita. My husband, Steve, and I are members of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. Steve and I had the joy of moving to Costa Mesa 40 years ago. We were fortunate to be able to buy a nice home in Mesa Verde. The home we bought in 1985 is now 10 times what we paid for it back then. Clearly, we are among the privileged residents of this city, but there are many residents in this city who love it just as much as we do, who are contributing members to Costa Mesa, working very hard, raising their families, but are in desperate need of affordable housing. For the past 35 years, I've been running a program out of a church in a neighboring city, Santa Ana, which has some pretty similar demographics. I work with many homeless people, and I work with working poor families who are struggling mightily to raise those families. From that vantage point, I've seen firsthand what happens to residents of a city that does not provide affordable housing. I see families working not just one job, but 2 and 3 jobs, sometimes having to invite people, other people, individuals and families to live with them just to pay the rent. Sometimes as money runs low, they have to decide whether they're going to pay the rent this month or put food on the table for their families. And almost always they will pay the rent because they're terrified of being homeless, especially if they have children. And so they invite more people to live with them, and they get by on a lot of rice and beans and whatever they can. I don't want that to happen to our city here. We are strongly advocating for maximum density at the Fairview Developmental Center. We would like 40% of those 4,000 units that have been approved by the Planning Commission to be designated for low-income and very low-income families. I have heard you, Mayor Stevens, refer to the city of Costa Mesa as a city of compassion. The availability of that Fairview property allows us to show just how compassionate we are as a city. It's been said that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. This is an extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show not only that we are a city of compassion, but that we are a city of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Hi, Steve, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Mr. Maria. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's an opportunity for you guys to cement a legacy of service to our community in a way that none of us have ever had an opportunity to do before. There are a lot of things about Costa Mesa that's why we've been here so long. But our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the opportunities for them to follow us here have shrunk tragically over the past decades. We're not necessarily going to be able to solve all those problems by what we do here with Fairview, but at least this is one opportunity for us to take a giant step to do what's never been done before. You all on the council have a chance to do what's never been done before in this city, and you will be remembered fondly for it if you rise to that occasion. Maximum density and maximum affordability will allow the possibility for us to have our children and our grandchildren, our teachers, our service workers, not have to move to Barstow and commute in order to work here. It's a tragic situation, and we're not going to solve it in one step, but if we can at least put ourselves out there, we'll make a giant leap toward it. For 45 years, I've represented developers. One of the things that developers are really good at doing is building houses and making money at it. We don't need to worry about them figuring out a way to do that on this here. They'll be able to figure that out just fine, thank you very much. What we need to do is to do the things that have to be done in order for us to provide the kind of housing that we can be proud of in our city, and which will not be exclusive to those of us who have been privileged enough to manage the outrageous prices that our homes now command. I hope you will take that into consideration as you make these important judgments. And again, the maximum density and the maximum amount of affordable units in this project would be a service that you would do to our community like no one else has done in the 40 years that I've been here. And I wish you well as you make that choice. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah. Diane, take your time. Come on up. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members, and staff. I'm Diane Russell. A great deal of time and effort has gone into this process, and thank you all for the work that you've done on it. I want to focus on supporting the Planning Commission's approval of a plan that allows for 4,000 units on the site. As Councilmember Chavez pointed out, we lost the Hive as a housing opportunity site, and that's over 1,000 units that are just gone, that were kind of in our pipeline, and that included affordable units. The city will now gain more good-paying jobs and increase our job and housing imbalance, but where are these new people, where are they going to live? Costa Mesa is in dire need of affordable housing for working families or who are very low income and low income. Today, the average two-bedroom Costa Mesa apartment costs about $2,934 a month. That's over $35,000 a year for housing. We have 29% of our Costa Mesa families earning less than $42,000 a year, which means there's a lot of people in a lot of our neighbors that are facing a really heavy housing burden. The housing element calls for 40% of the FDC units to be designated for low and very low income families. The Affordable Housing Coalition of Costa Mesa supports that higher density, and I encourage you to follow through on the plan. And to make sure that the master developer, whatever number they come up with, that we have 40% that are affordable at very low income and low income levels. The city needs to stay committed and strong in its support of affordable housing. The Fairview development property is our best opportunity to get that housing built. And if it doesn't happen there, Costa Mesa will never come close to meeting the need. The specific plan is a guide for the master developer. They will fill in details of buildings and where amenities are placed, and there's a lot of unknowns. But the staff, the council, and the residents must stay vigilant that we get what we want, and we want affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Zoom now.
The first speaker is Rob Dixon.
Hi, Rob. You have the floor.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Excellent. So I had an opportunity to provide all my comments about my opinions at the various Planning Commission meetings, but I wanted to provide a few additional details for the council's consideration. As referenced by staff, we did not approve 4,000 units. We approved an envelope for environmental review, but we had concerns with that because of the interrelationship between the CEQA project description and then what you choose to move forward with tonight. The project description demands specificity, and I don't know if that's something we can do with the Planning Commission's recommendation. A brief bit of history. Going back to, I was chair of the Planning Commission in 2015 when we had a joint study session with the City Council. And one of the topics discussed was Fairview Developmental Center. There had been, word that it was going to be closing and all that good stuff. And the consensus from the council at that study session was more open space, more recreation. Veterans housing was promoted by Councilmember Foley and echoed by most others. And then when we moved on to the council's review of Fairview Developmental Center possibilities in 2020, it was an unequivocal 1,500 units, with 511 of those being permanent supportive housing and veterans housing, and 25 acres minimum of open space. Then we got into a process of public engagement and workshops, and we had 3 workshops, which included various different locations around the city for each workshop. And at the first 3 of those workshops, of the 4, the number presented was the housing element number, which was 2,300 units. The public never looked at higher numbers until July and August of 2024. I can assume that was after the financial feasibility analysis hit, but I don't know those facts. Then all of a sudden we're seeing units up to 4,350. And again, the public engagement was overwhelmingly lower density, lots of affordable housing, and lots of open space and recreation. In fact, when the public was asked if they'd prefer to trade open space for housing, they said no to a very high percentage. And finally, we keep talking about a framework and all the other stuff, and I have to go back to the authorizing legislation, SB 188. It very specifically calls for development that is consistent with 1,500 to 2,500 units. So we're already way outside of the realm of what has ever been considered when we're talking about 4,000. And I don't think that we should discard all of our decades of planning and public engagement and land use just to meet financial feasibility analysis, which was conservative and which hasn't really been, broken down but I think that we can lower the percentage of affordable if we have to be more consistent with.
Thank you. I appreciate all that feedback. Who's next on Zoom?
Cynthia McDonald.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, the process of planning the FDCSP lacked transparency. The quote preferred use plan, land use plan, was introduced after the financial study was completed. So it was never financially analyzed. The 3 original plans presented to the public were rejected by the state, and the 4th plan developed behind closed doors by state and city staff without community involvement. This new plan does not reflect the input or priorities expressed by the community. This plan is a bait and switch. City staff recommends a mixed use, residential mix of 3,000 to 8,000 units based on feasibility. However, the number was increased to 4,000 units to ensure the EIR aligns with both financial feasibility and the requirements of state density bonus law. But that feasibility was based on an unknown sales price. Our general plan calls for 22 acres of open space with 4,000 units, estimated to house approximately 10,560 residents. At least 31.5 acres of parkland are needed to meet the state baseline. On the other hand, Segerstrom Village on 17.2 acres is providing 7.5 acres of open space. The related project next door on 41 acres is providing 13.1 acres of open space. While the plan attempts to comply with density bonus law to incentivize affordable housing, it opens the doors to significantly higher unit counts depending on the percentage of affordable units included. But does this plan truly balance the community needs with financial viability and infrastructure capacity? The community has clearly said it does not. Even planning commissioners voice concerns about the plan. If the environmental impacts are deemed unavoidable, the master developer may proceed regardless, meaning this worst case scenario becomes reality. Where still, the developer will request additional concessions as they always do. They always ask for more. I request you reduce the number of units and increase the open space to at least 25%. For the purposes of the EIR. After you get the EIR, you can make further adjustments to the specific plan. Ms. Green, you can mute me now since I cannot mute myself. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Green, can you help out muting her?
Next speaker is JT.
JT, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, JT.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I just appreciate all the information today. The question I'm proposing is, how is the city considering the impact this project is having on its current residents? We live right here behind the developmental center, and there's construction, I guess the entrance off Harbor and Fair. We've been dealing with construction now, so everything that's been in these sessions and these conversations doesn't seem true to what's going on right now. I mean, they're working from 7 in the morning to 7 at night, and then starting again from 10 to 6. And it's impacting our family, the community. It just seems like all these conversations, there's already something going on and already something that has, been started. So we're working now. We have to go through Merrimack, and I got to say the speed bumps. I mean, it's not a safe exit route, and just jumping on Harbor is not a safe exit route for 4,000 people max. So that option 3 is looking like the best option. To me, it seems like it's already being developed. Again, we have contacted every city and state entity, and they keep telling us they can't do anything because it's a state facility. So again, my question is, how is the city considering the impact on Costa Mesa current residents, as this is a ongoing project and going to be a project happening for the next 5 years?
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you for
you got a little bit more time, but are you finished?
Yeah, I'm not going to get answers to those questions. So that was everything I have. Honestly, it's very impactful. I mean, right now, there's nothing that we can do. There's water lines being sent. I've talked to general contractors. They've cut ribbon. The state is doing what they've done. I've done my research up north. Everybody talking about parks, that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening up in the north. If you look at the Google Maps and do your research, there's parks and fields surrounding the ERC. So all of this conversation is great. We all know that parks should be going there. If you look.
All right, that is your time.
Okay, next speaker is Kennedy Commission.
Kennedy Commission, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cesar Covarrubias. I'm the Executive Director at the Kennedy Commission, an organization that works to increase affordable housing opportunities and quality of life for low-income residents. We approved and support the recommendation to move forward with at least 4,000 units, and really want to take this as an opportunity to examine your commitments in your housing element as a site where affordable housing could be and should be developed to support the community. And when we talk about affordable housing on this particular site, we're not only talking about the affordable housing that needs to be developed by DDS for the population that they serve. We truly think this is an opportunity for the city to be able to support a vision that has family housing that connects to the broader community. As was mentioned earlier, we have a harbor corridor that is now thriving with new opportunities, including the Mercado and not all these other new businesses opening up. But that means working families need places to live. And so we want to make sure that they are being supported in this plan. And we're not just thinking about supportive housing and DDS housing. Let's really be creative and figure out a way to support housing that supports our community members who are struggling with high rents and the lack of affordable housing options in our community, but yet are the backbone of a lot of the businesses in our community. With that, I just want to thank you all for the work that you are doing on this specific plan and the EIR. And we want to continue to support the city with increasing that vision and also with the commitments that they have in the housing element for this particular site. This site is where most of the affordable housing has been identified. Let's make it a reality by making sure it happens. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you. Next.
Richard Huffman, please.
Rick, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rick.
Okay. So concerning the cost of development, a major component is the land cost. If the land is free or near zero, then there could be less density fewer units, more open space, park amenities, more affordable units. Does the financial feasibility analysis, does it consider different land values? If not, what was the price per acre that was applied to these financial assessments? I haven't seen any word about that. Let's push the state for more parks, open space, much more affordability as a trade-off for tolerating the emergency center in the middle of a new residential development. There are many other issues to consider: street designs, bikeways that are protected, community services, daycare, building heights, parking design, to list a few. Finally, I'm not comfortable having planning commissioners, council members design with any specificity such a large project in the city. This is a job for a professional planning company to provide their best ideas for us to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Next speaker is Linda Tang.
Linda, you have the floor. Linda?
We'll go to the next speaker.
Who's the next speaker after Linda?
Michelle, please.
Michelle, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? I'm sorry. It's giving me a pop-up.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yes, I live on Cornerstone Lane, which is that community directly off of Harbor and Fair. And I'm really confused on the city's participation in this project. Since August, we've been dealing with construction every single evening from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's impacting our family. It's impacting our community. We have several children and no one is sleeping. And since the start of this project, I have contacted every single city official entity, state entity that I can, and they tell me that there's nothing that they can do because this is a state-owned facility. And so as shared in tonight's meeting, this is a very long-term project, and I just would like to have a little bit more confidence in what the city is doing to protect its residents and think about the families who are currently living here, because right now it has not been an enjoyable experience, and I truly can't imagine how this is going to go on much longer with, again, only currently one main entrance, Merrimack Way as well, but this is not fun. And the idea of adding 2,000 to 10,000 more people, it seems comical, to be honest.
Who's next?
Linda Tang, are you there now?
Linda, are you up? Linda?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Linda, and I am part of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. We have diligently advocated for affordable homes in the city for at least 2 decades and have been patiently waiting for an opportunity to build a substantial amount of affordable homes that will not only meet our lower-income RHNA goals, but will also make a significant impact on our city's unmet housing needs. While golf courses can be a major asset to the city, the reality is that it doesn't even come close to the power and type of impact of what affordable housing can do for our residents who desperately need affordable homes. Today, with thoughtful consideration, we are being presented with a tremendous opportunity to ensure that affordable homes can be built. Considering that the FDC site is identified as a housing opportunity site and that it is a state-owned site, it is the best site for the development of affordable homes, because if it's not built here, then where else can it be built in our city? We urge the council to take action and support increased densities to allow 4,000 units at FDC and set aside 40% of those units as affordable to low and very low income households. As we've been hearing from prior comments, many residents are really struggling with high housing costs, and this is especially evident for families with young children. According to the California Department of Education, during the 2023 to 2024 academic school year, the Newport Mesa Unified School District enrolled over 1,000 homeless students. Building affordable housing and ensuring affordable rents in the FDC will help lower our homeless and at-risk families from becoming homeless. We also urge the city to please focus on affordable rental housing versus affordable home ownership. Building home ownership homes would not impact as many households or families than if we were to build rental homes. The end goal to addressing our affordable housing crisis should be to help as many families and to get as many units built in the city. Also, because the FDC is a state-owned property, we can leverage more competitive housing funds for rental versus for sale homes. Our city should strive to do everything it can to commit to creating opportunities and maximizing the best use of the state-owned land by developing 4,000 low-income and very low-income affordable homes for our residents and workforce. Thank you so much.
No further speakers.
All right, close public comment. So I'm going to make a motion, but it's going to be really weird, and I don't know whether it'll even get a second. So I move that we direct staff to move forward with the CEQA process and so forth, and then that we just have every council member be able to express their opinions and give their own individual direction, and staff can take that into account. And then if staff needs further direction, you let us know, and maybe we'll incorporate it into the motion. Will you second that? Okay, I got a second. I don't think I need to vote, really. I really just want to hear from all the council members, and if there's something that we should add to the motion, I'm open to it. So should we just go from District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then us? Okay. How do you want to do it? Mike, are you ready? Okay, District 3, council member, it's her district, so Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I mean, staff.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
I thought we were going in numerical order.
Your first comment.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought you were yielding to Andrea. Is it okay if she goes? Sorry, Councilmember
Look,
Marr.
I think staff still needs direction that the council is voting on, so.
Well, let's see if we can come up with something. So everybody say what they think, and then see if we can craft some type of a motion if we have some consensus.
Yeah,
I'm
we can.
interested to hear what people say, their opinions.
Yeah, we can
Council
certainly
members.
do that. I would just ask for clarification on the environmental envelope that you want to study. I mean, that's one critical thing that we'll need to kick off the NOP and CEQA.
Okay, so let's all have it. I don't like to do this usually, but I think in this case, like I say, it's my first rodeo. I really want to hear from every council member before we put a motion on. Okay, so I
Mayor.
think then we could put a motion on. Somebody wants my
Mayor.
attention.
Yes, please. Could I just get some clarification on the motion? Is that to move the planning commissions?
No.
No, this is just for
No,
CEQA. It's to move
it's-
forward with CEQA, and then for the individual council members to discuss the components?
Yeah, council members will now, everybody get a chance to talk, and if we can come up with some consensus and vote it to a majority on certain things, we will.
Okay, so the starting point is this is for CEQA purposes, but not to necessarily move the planning commission recommendation as stated?
No,
Okay.
we're not gonna just,
All right.
I don't think so. I mean,
Okay, I just
somebody could
wanted-
make a substitute motion.
Let me-
But anyway, let's hear from Councilmember Marr.
Let me get this rolling and hopefully we can move forward from there. So I do agree with the Planning Commission recommendation for the purposes of both CEQA and to start the specific plan process. I will add, for the purposes of CEQA, I would like a minimum of 14 acres studied for open space. And so that's the big picture. Basically, the Planning Commission recommendation, but I'd want a minimum on the open space number to the maximum as recommended by the Planning Commission, right? That 4.26. So that's the high level. Let me explain a couple of things that fall under that I want to be clear about. One, we are losing sports fields as part of this, and so I do think it's really important for us to find ways to add sports fields back into the project in some capacity, which impacts the open space, number one. Number two, The reason that we had talked about commercial being added is because it was intended to prevent traffic. So I caught your comment earlier about the 35,000 drives traffic. The reason we had initially incorporated that into any part of the discussion was the idea of having, you know, an anchor restaurant, a coffee shop, some amount of minimum retail so that we weren't forcing people to get on Harbor Boulevard for every single thing that they needed to do. And so if 35,000 is the number, then that's fine. But what I don't have a good conception of is like what that means in terms of the numbers of businesses. Types of businesses have different square footage requirements. I can't do that in my head. And so looking for some guidance there. If staff has a different direction, we think we need a small anchor grocery store. You know, one of the things that Target and other retailers have been doing is micro footprints, right? You can find them in like big cities. So is there a micro footprint of a grocery store? I don't know that part, but I would very much like it studied so we can be making recommendations in that vein. You know, I think we're using a couple of different terms here. To the point raised by many of the residents, a library, a small police substation. I mean, these aren't amenities, these are services that a city and a county offer. And so nobody thinks we're gonna go build, you know, Fire Station 7 in Fairview Park tomorrow, but I do think that there's an opportunities for those amenities to include things like maybe a small branch of the Orange County Public Library, or like I said, you know, our police substation on the west side is in poor repair. Maybe it looks like a 3-desk office space in one of those retail centers, but are there services that right now I think are kind of loosely grouped in the amenity section that actually belong under the umbrella of city services? And then just lastly, the affordability piece is important to me. You know, the comment earlier about one of the ways we could do it is we could distribute it across town. Well, we tried that and didn't get the votes on council to do that well. And so we're in a place where unfortunately we do have to concentrate it because we're not fairly, in my opinion anyway, spreading it across the city in a way that I think would be more conducive to better development. But I do think the affordability as it stands right now is part of what we've already agreed to with the state, and so now it's a question of how do we design around those metrics that we've laid out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to be heard next? Okay, Mike. Sorry, Councilmember Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess here we are making sausage tonight to some degree. And following that lead, I think I'm going to start with kind of my specifics so we can, I think we're working towards something tangible to give you guys directions, and then I have a few other comments. But in regards to what's before us, I did actually, you guys probably picked up, I watched some of the prior planning commission sessions, and I think I'm going to align myself somewhat with Rob Dixon in that he voted in favor of moving this forward under an understanding, and I think it was clarified tonight, that we're looking for the envelope. So that, you know, the upper and lower perimeters for purpose of the environmental impact report. And then a lot of people have a lot of wish lists, and maybe I'll ride home tonight in my unicorn and park it behind something else, and we'll get all the amenities, and we'll get the right numbers, and it'll be perfect. But we can't even really start drilling down on these specifics until we start taking this blob that we're wrestling with and get it at least into less of a blob. And with that is the progress forward that I'm seeing tonight. I would, if the motion was to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation, I'm inclined to go forward with that with these couple modifications based on tonight's conversation. One, I'd be adamant that it stays at the Planning Commission's recommendation of 2,300 to 4,000. I don't want to go beyond that 4,000. My concern is this train is moving down the road, and every time we goose it a little higher, we're opening the door to be locked into that position. I think 4,000 is unreasonable, but if we're going to vote on something tonight, I'm willing to go to that envelope. there was some talk, and I don't know where that landed tonight, on this harbor frontage, which is city-owned property. My understanding is that's outside what we're talking about tonight. I do not want to get into a consideration that we're removing that and we're doing further studies on that. I don't want that touching this draft plan that we're talking about moving forward with tonight. I'm okay with a 35,000 square foot commercial. I think that were a couple of the other touch points that we talked about tonight. And I'm gonna up Councilmember Marr's, I think it was 16. I'd like to see 20 acres of open space. And with that, just a couple of comments. I'm on board with what I heard all sides say tonight. Excuse me, my technology died on me. This is probably the single most important, significant piece of undeveloped real estate that this city is going to address from now till we're all in the grave. And so we're here addressing the tensions. It's going to impact the complete character makeup of this city going forward in years and years and generations to come. And where I see being just over the target, do we turn Costa Mesa into a rental housing community, or does it maintain its status as a vibrant, multi-asseted city with world-class art and world-class restaurants and world-class, not quite world-class yet, golf courses, but we have amenities? And are we just going to build up and one by one get rid of all those amenities and just be a housing society? And I commented previously on another couple sessions ago, we have strong advocacy for the underserved members of our community. We have a strong advocacy, or maybe less of a need for advocacy, for the most well-off among us. But that middle class continues to get squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. And when we talk about affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing, I truly don't believe that it's an affordable housing problem. It's a housing problem. We need more housing. And when we say, this is a perfect example, I sit here tonight and I'm watching these planning commission, we got these regulations and we micromanage. If we get just this percentage of low income and a slightly more percentage of middle income, and we try to just jigger all those numbers and get it all to work out, it's impossible. It's impossible. If we would just remove these regulations, this is for another time, another philosophy, and just allow undeveloped rather than overdeveloped communities to cram down these things, and we have underdeveloped spaces outside of the city or in other places of the county. That's where build. You build, and then the affordable housing takes care of itself to some degree. And we don't squeeze out the middle class. And one of the public commentators tonight, the young working class or urban professionals, they're fleeing the state because we're not taking care of that class. So I like the idea of this medium density, but high density, we're underserving a portion of our community. That's enough on that. I mean, we've got a lot of people to talk tonight, and we're running late. I have a lot of other thoughts on it, but for purposes of fashioning something to work on to get to the next step, and I'll have more comments later when we get to the specific plan, we start actually talking about specific numbers and what percentage of low income, and maybe do we move, if we don't hit the numbers at this location, we move it to another location, whether that's feasible or not. And I will just end on this. I'm not opposed to development. I was in favor of what was happening with Hive. I think that was properly sited, it was in a good location, and it made sense. Doing some high density thing right smack in the middle of our city and disturbing one of our key assets in the city, well, you know where I feel about that.
Okay, now we do. We're moving on to District 2. Lauren, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you. So I do agree with a lot of the sentiment that I'm hearing. You know, we're trying to create a provision for, as Councilmember Bewley said, the middle class, but I don't even know if I fall in the middle class. I'm falling the working family class. I am one of those people who had to work 2 jobs, and I still do depend on my wife, my family, as a family, to help bring, make ends meet. We're blessed. We have a house in Costa Mesa. We own it. We work for it. Not worked, but we work for it. I put in long days. I put in nights, whatever I got to do to make it happen. And it didn't fall in my lap. Needless to say, we are very blessed. I would love to see an opportunity for as many constituents in the city of Costa Mesa to have a home ownership opportunity. With that said, I don't think it's going to be that way for everyone, but there's no absolutes. I also think that a high density model is great. We want to provide homes for as many people as we can. But on the same note, we most definitely don't want to stick a knife in one of our community assets. That's the golf course. It's a big community asset. It thrived during COVID. We really have a lot of opportunity with our golf course. I also think that we should have a carve out for luxury housing. I haven't heard one thing about that, whether it's R1 or luxury type condos or townhomes. We should have a carve out for luxury housing. I mean, we're having developments next to a golf course. Those go for a lot of money. I'm not saying we push everybody out so we can have nothing but high luxury homes, but there's an opportunity there. I would love to see us grasp at that. I do want to see a lot of park space. I don't disagree with that. I love being able to recreate with my family and seeing other families recreate. I was a big advocate of opening up the park at Luke Davis Field so that other families could recreate where they didn't have that ability in the past. So I'm a big proponent of that. I just don't want to see us, like I said before, try and put 10 pounds of potato in a 5-pound sack. And that's all I have.
All right, next up, I think if we're doing this, we'll go with, do you want to go with Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, okay. I agree basically with everything Councilmember Mar said. I would support raising the acreage, the minimum acreage on site to 14. I like the idea of 20, but I just think that's too high for a development or a CEQA envelope. So, if we can realistically get to 20 acres as part of a specific plan in the future, sure. I think want to have flexibility in the envelope, but I like raising the floor from 12 to 14. I don't think I need to repeat comments I've already made. I will say, I in our housing conversations and planning conversations here in the 6 years that I've been on this council, I think a lot about the years that I lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and comparing that to growing up in Costa Mesa or Orange County. And I bring that up because I can see how if you, for someone growing up in Orange County, it feels unrealistic or it feels sort of counterintuitive or impossible, illogical to think that like adding density can actually make a community better. But having lived in a pretty dense place, I've seen it work beautifully, and how it's designed matters, right? If we just throw a giant Costco there as opposed to a mix of a variety of uses, it's going to be very different. But I, for many years, never got in a car on a during the week or on a weekend because I could walk to the grocery store, walk to the library, walk to many different parks, walk to my friend's house, walk to restaurants, and so on and so forth. So the right mix of uses could actually alleviate traffic in this area, and that would be my goal. So I'm supportive of the development envelope that the Planning Commission recommended. Which sets the floor and sets a ceiling, and I would support just increasing the floor a notch on the open space to 14.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis?
Thank you. I'll be really brief. So my only fear is not really is anymore, kind of was, then is again. I don't think I am fearful of it anymore. Was this would be used as an exercise to establish a preferred plan or project description. So I don't think that's what we're doing here. And it better not be, because I won't vote for it, but I will vote for the Planning Commission's using this for CEQA review and development at a low end of 2,300 up to 4,000 for CEQA purposes. And I'd be amenable to some of Andrea's or Councilmember Marsari's on the commercial and the open space. But as long as we're sticking to the Planning Commission's recommendation of this being an exercise or a permission to explore CEQA for floor 2,300, max 4,000. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, my council peers, for sharing your thoughts. And yes, this is going to be really consequential. This is one of the last open spots in Costa Mesa. And I don't think Three Strums will ever really do anything with Home Ranch, and nor should they. That's a part of their legacy and history. So I'm going to just say my 4 points that really matter to me, and then I'll explain why they matter to me a lot. I am comfortable not voting for this project today because I think it's important that we have it be 5,000 units. And I will explain that after I'm done with my comments. I also want to allow ourselves the ability to explore more commercial space and see how we can incentivize that to be mixed use. And again, I'll do my comments when I'm done. And I want to have the park space be set at 14 acres because the point made by Councilman Reynolds, 20 is going to be too restrictive. And 14 is, I believe, close enough to our general plan. Now, why am I saying 5,000 units when everyone's worried about density?
Excuse me, what was your fourth point?
Sorry, I combined 1 and 2. So it's more commercial space, and then incentivize it with mixed use. So encourage mixed use. I combined them earlier.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
You're fine. You're fine, Mayor. So why do I want 5,000 units, right? It seems counterintuitive. It seems like I'm trying to add more cars into the road. Well, let me explain to you a little bit about my district. So my district, District 4, has the same population as Councilmember Bewley's district. My district has the same population as Councilmember Bewley's district. So while he may go from Fairview Park, cross the 405 freeway, up to Harbor Boulevard, my district has the same people as he does from Harbor Boulevard to Placentia, the golf course to 18th Street. And let me tell you something that people don't understand. I actually live in a walkable community. I live on West 20th Street. I have 3 coffee shops within a mile radius. I have over 6 restaurants that are bomb restaurants, like Ivy Last, 2145, within a mile radius. I can walk to multiple grocery stores. I think, in fact, it's 2 within a block of my house. So I share this to you because in my district, the very dense district with a lot of apartments, you don't see folks driving to the grocery store. They walk a block or 2. And if you want to make sure that no one is driving and impacting Harbor Boulevard and Fair Drive and Victoria, you best believe we better have everything people need within their block. And when I look at FDC's footprint, it looks a lot like my district. I've seen blogs compared to Bewley's district, and that's the wrong comparison to make. We're not going to compare R1 tract homes built in the 50s to a community we're going to build in the 2020s. Look at any development you see that's R1 for sale, and you see how condensed they make the affordable housing to make it profitable. And I'm looking at the Montage property we just built, or trying to build across the street from Cycles Plaza. Things are getting more dense, things are getting more tight, and we need that to create the opportunities for folks to create home equity, because that's middle class appreciation. I'm the only renter on this dais, and I speak for over half the city. Our community is about 59% renter, and they're not all renting apartments, they're renting R1 homes as well. So I'm thinking about how to make sure folks that live in FDC not impact College Park, not impact my district and District 4. And the solution is very simple. They can walk to Northgate Market. And we can only really do that if we have 2 access roads. And I am very mindful and supportive of preserving the golf course the best way possible. Sadly, I know it's probably gonna have to adapt and change. But if we can improve the golf course, working with the operators to see what they wanna see developed and maybe change it up and make it even better, I'm all for it. At the end of the day, this project has to be self-containing. And that's why I'm very comfortable not voting for the Planning Commission recommendation, because I think they were being cautious. And I don't blame them, because they had this really big parcel and they don't want to be the ones to make the decision, because they were not chosen by the voters, they were chosen by us. So those are my comments. I look forward to seeing what Mayor Steve has to say. But I'll say it right now, if it's not 5,000 units, I'm voting no very confidently, because I know I'll be right in 30 years and I'll still be in Costa Mesa as a 50-year-old person.
All right. I knew there'd be a lot of opinions, and I have some too. I just want to, can you please put up number 13, slide number 13? I just want to give you all some perspective. And I think it was Cynthia McDonald that mentioned the related Bristol development, which is in Santa Ana. It was just approved by the city council. It runs on Bristol, as the name implies, from Sunflower to MacArthur. Cynthia said it was 41 units. That seems about right. It seems certainly substantially fewer units. I meant acres. Fewer acres than FDC. So they're going to put in there, for everybody's reference, 3,750 residential units, 350,000 square feet of retail, 200 units of senior living, a hotel with 250 rooms, and 13 acres of open space. And like I said, I wasn't able to find on their website, but if somebody can go on it, if it's 41 acres as opposed to our 80 acres, 80, 85, whatever we got here, but it's a lot less. So they're putting that much. And that's our neighbor. It's on Bristol. Bristol, I think, equates in terms of busyness. If you know, Bristol is to Santa Ana what Harbor is to Costa Mesa. Cuts all the way through, just like Harbor. You know, Bristol, of course, is an important corridor for us too in Costa Mesa. So that gives us some reference. Already been approved by Santa Ana. We're not Santa Ana, but that's a beautiful project. I've spent a lot of time studying that project, and it's well beyond what we're talking about. It's a project where there's renderings, there's models, there's all kinds of interesting things that they're doing there with like courtyards and parks, and you know, it's called Bristol Central Park, and it's really a lot of good stuff they're doing. So I'd encourage everybody, when you're going through the process, to kind of see some of the things that they've done there, so we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. But some of these numbers I thought were instructive just as a basis of comparison. The reason I pulled up slide 13, is I just want to highlight what I don't have a lot of the data to be able to test the underlying points here. These are very high level conclusions. I don't know what the various assumptions were that went into that. Again, maybe just like the other thing we identified, maybe that's something that, it's a link that I didn't click that's been provided to me, but it's not on the slide, but it's okay. This is okay to make the point that I'm going to make in a second. So we're being asked to allow an access road across our golf course, okay? Concept 1, no access. Concept 2, concept 3, access, okay? If you do the math, and even I can do this math, it shows that this access point is the linchpin to unlock a lot of profitability for a developer. In the case of concept 2, and all I've done here is added the negative 1 152 million to the other two numbers that you see there in that row. If for concept 2, our access through our golf course is going to add $521 million in value to the developer based on a net cash flow, if I believe these numbers. If you look at concept number 3, which is also proposed for us to consider, and it's in our planning commission recommendation, that unlocks $821 million of value to a developer, right? Why am I going through this process, you may wonder. And I'm going through it for this reason. I want it all, okay? I'm greedy in this regard. I want to enhance the golf course, not just mitigate, enhance the golf course. And I want affordable housing. I think we are providing a grant of real estate that's so valuable to a developer. I think it's reasonable for us to ask the developer to not only not harm the asset over which they're going to put an access road, but to enhance that. And I'll go one step further. I'll say, I think that benefits affordable housing and it benefits the project. Because I do agree with, I have a little chart of every comment that was made. I do agree with Lauren Gameros, Councilmember Gameros, when he talked about luxury housing. I think we can put, if we enhance the golf course, which by the way, currently drops to the city every year $4 million. That's $4 million right to our general fund that we use for police officers, firefighters, parks. We have numerous programs we do, including rental relief programs, immigration defense programs, food that we provide, $4 million. The ROCKS program for kids, $4 million. That's currently, right? I do not want to mess with it. Not to mention, if you think about the other benefits of the course, it's a place of great joy. It's a place that the community enjoys. It's a place that the whole region enjoys. And people come into the city of Costa Mesa to play golf, and then they do other stuff, and we make more money. So I'm sure there's some multiplier factor, but I just know the $4 million. So I'm not interested in messing up that golf course, particularly when we're adding so much value to the bottom line of the developer based on these statistics I see in slide 13. If we put something in like luxury housing, if we enhance the golf course, the money you could get off that, and I'm just throwing around, I mean, I think Councilmember Gamero has mentioned, like, let's say you have 10 one-acre homes. They could go for upwards of $5 to $10 million. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to micromanage this. I'm not a developer. It's my first time doing anything like this. But that would allow a developer to make a great profit on the luxury homes and then drive that in and subsidize some of the affordable homes. So it's not, none of this is an either or. It's a great opportunity for affordable housing, and it's also a great opportunity to enhance a golf course that really has been kind of sealed in amber for the last 55 years. We still have 50-year-old paintings on the wall. It looks like it's you're going through a time warp when you go over to the golf course. The course is nice, but a lot of this stuff is very dated. Many of the council members said something that I completely agree with, and I remember the thing that Councilmember Marr said and Councilmember Chavez about creating a situation, and some others too, creating a village basically. We used to call that, when we were first talking about this, trip capture. So, I mean, I haven't heard that as kind of a buzzword anymore, but when we started talking about FDC, we talked about trip capture. And the idea is we're going to, create a commercial environment that's going to allow people to walk and get their belongings and whatever that they need, their groceries, their dry cleaning, their yoga, whatever, they're going to be able to get it right within that area and walk to it and so forth. I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. Density, if done well, can create a really beautiful living arrangement. I mean, whatever the different people in Washington, D.C. think about Chicago, my daughter lives there and doesn't own a home, and she has a great quality of life. Anyway, so, with all that, I think, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I mean, I think I'm just going through, and I think we've got the votes to, so I'm going to propose an amendment to the motion. If you don't want to second it, that's okay. Maybe I won't get a second. Propose amendment to the motion. The first part about going forward with the CEQA, we'll do that. Adopt the recommendation within that 2,300 to 4,000 envelope. I think that we got a consensus on 14 acres of open space, so I think that'll probably pass. You've heard, I'm sure, loud and clear, I will not vote for anything that other than something that enhances the golf course, if that's clear. I can't speak for the others. Maybe I'll lose 6-1, but I will go down swinging on that one, okay? But I think for those items, if there's nothing else that we need to add, and I'm willing to open stuff, I think if I can get a second on the amended motion, we can move forward, but I'm willing to accept amendments.
Mr. Mayor, I will swallow my pride and vote for 4,000 to ensure the golf course gets enhanced and not diminished.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, so can you clarify that? You're supportive of the second road, but you want to enhance the golf course?
Yeah, 100%. I'm supportive. The second road, I will certainly allow it to be studied, right? But when it comes up in the specific plan, if the golf course is not enhanced to my satisfaction, I reserve the right to not vote for it.
So are you asking staff to bring back a separate item discussing what happens with the 6 holes and what the configuration of the road is then?
Yeah, I mean, because the 6 holes, the way it goes right now, I think that's part of the environment, should be part of the environmental study. That's part of the environment. The 6 holes, I've seen it. I've seen the plan. It's inadequate. I would never vote for it. I do not think you would get a majority, but we haven't seen it. I don't know. But basically, it was turning the back 9 of Mesa Linda into a glorified 3-par, and I think we'd have more people here than if we wanted to fill in the Tewinkle Lakes if we did that. Okay, so I'm telling you, I would not support that. I do think we do need to, for the specific plan, and I'm not going to micromanage it, but we do need information in there about the impact, the environmental impact of an adjoining city land, that is the golf course. I'm not micromanaging how you do it, but if we don't have that, I won't be able to support a specific plan. Okay? Yes. Oh, sorry, did you want to, you had another question?
Well, I don't know what plans you've seen because they haven't come to council, so questions about that. But so just to put a super fine point on it, so your motion is to leave the harbor frontage out of the conversation, but have staff bring back a plan where the rest of the golf course is enhanced?
Yeah, I didn't include harbor frontage. I don't think harbor frontage enhances the golf course. My understanding of harbor frontage was much like somebody else who said it was going to be a land swap. I don't think just taking 3 holes of Mesa Linda and turning it into commercial, that certainly doesn't enhance the golf course. Okay, so there has to be some give and take. I'm just saying, I don't want to go down any threads on the golf course. And my thing is, basically adopt, because they had 23 to 4,000, so I'm adopting that, and we're bumping it up to 14 acres and go forward, and I would assume, but boy, correct me if you need this in the motion, I'll put it in the motion. And I think I'll get a majority, but if you need something specific that we will study enhancement of the golf course, If you need that, I'll put it in
guess
my
I just don't
motion.
know,
Do
I
you
don't know what
need
that
it?
means. I don't understand what study enhancement of the golf course is. So I need more clarity before I can vote for it.
Could I take a stab at restating
Yeah.
the motion as I think I
Yeah.
have heard it, and maybe that will help provide clarity? So I think I heard move forward with the Planning Commission recommendation for the envelope that would include studying the secondary access and its impact to the golf course from a CEQA standpoint, to understand the environmental impacts, to increase the open space to 14 acres as opposed to 12. What I think I heard from the mayor was do not move forward with the task of studying the harbor frontage as a possible concept for other land uses.
Right.
At a later stage, you want to reserve your ability to continue to comment on the golf course and propose enhancements as part of the specific plan process or the development agreement that's negotiated with the developer, but that wouldn't be needed at this stage for us to conduct CEQA.
Right, and I view the harbor frontage, since it's now, there's no land swap.
Yeah.
Right? I view it as just kind of a separate thing to discuss, and I don't think it necessarily needs to be studied in the context of this specific plan. Okay? So yeah, you stated, other than that, you stated my motion accurately. Okay?
Great, thank you.
Yes, does anybody else? Yes. And we got a second. We got a second.
Excuse me, I just want to clarify, Councilmember Chavez, you're the second still?
Yes, it breaks my heart not have 5,000 units, but we need to make sure we have that golf course protected.
Thank you.
Yes.
We didn't address what I thought the planning commission was the 35,000 square foot commercial. Is that something
Right.
you guys needed for the envelope? So that,
Right.
should that be added?
Okay.
Thank you, yes, that should be added.
And I did think that there seemed to be majority support for that. So let's add that to the motion as well. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Can you repeat that? What was that add?
The Planning Commission recommendation was to study up to 35,000 square feet. So if you want to continue with what is recommended, we can do that. Otherwise, you can amend the motion to include the number that you think is appropriate.
Which is based on our market study and things that you have all been discussing, which is making sure we have a balance in the potential population and the non-residential square feet that would be available. So right now, that is based on our market study.
I have one quick question about that occurred to me when I forgot to ask the question. So the 35,000 square feet of commercial space, when you determine the adequacy of that, what was it to serve the residents within Fairview Developmental Center, the village, or whatever we want to call it? Or was it also to draw customers from outside the village?
It was to support the residents at the Fairview Developmental Center because there is also so much available on Harbor Boulevard already.
Okay. And so,
And Steve is here to back me up if you'd like him to come
and
up and
so,
speak.
and so maybe this is a question for Steve. Did you feel as if, and I don't know whether you have the data to assess this, but that there would be a sufficient market within just the residents of Fairview Developmental Center to support 35,000 square feet of commercial space? Yes? Yes, he says, for the record. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, let's add it. Okay, does everybody understand? You have a
Sorry,
question?
what are we adding?
35,000.
Isn't that, I thought that was part of the motion.
Yeah, so that's part of Planning
Okay.
Commission's recommendation.
Right, which was the original motion, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that
Okay.
would
So are we
continue
adding?
to include 35,000
Okay.
square feet of commercial.
We're not really adding anything, it was implicit.
Right, okay. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Okay, we're good?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about, can we separate the votes, Mayor, on like what is specific to the EIR and then this discussion about the frontage road, which as I understand wouldn't be part of the EIR? I'm looking at the staff report and it has recommendation number one is provide the direction related to the AR without the golf course thing. And then number two, discuss the harbor frontage road. I'd appreciate it if we can just separate those motions.
What's the harbor frontage road? You mean the access road?
Provide direction regarding the feasibility analysis of potential land uses for harbor frontage. And the reason, I understand you've made it very clear where you stand on that issue. I'm a little bit confused by Councilmember Chavez, who wanted, well, anyways, my understanding is if if we end up with 2,300 units as part of the final plan, maybe there's no extra road, right? If there's anything above 2,300 units, there's got to be a road, which means there's got to be some redesign or rework, right? Maybe it's a rework of the whole site, maybe it's just rework of that site. It seems rash and premature to say zero consideration of any other potential use of that land, especially considering there will have to be some kind of redesign, or there may have to be some kind of redesign, and that may create an opportunity for some small carve-outs for a park. Once upon a time, we actually put in a grant application to the state to do a small carve-out for an unused corner of the golf course to try to add park space to District 4. So I really want to discourage us from like cutting off zero consideration of using any piece of that land, considering that we probably will have to do some kind of redesign.
I understand.
So I'd like to vote for the EIR, but I can't vote for totally cutting off any discussion of potential scenarios going forward.
Well, I thought the discussion of the harbor frontage, that was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong about this, was to look at that as being something where we would create some commercial frontage.
Correct, I thought so too.
Yeah.
So the Planning Commission recommendation was for staff to continue to explore potential land use options in this harbor frontage area. So could be housing, could be commercial. There's a couple of steps that we would have to take, like looking at the deed restriction and seeing what could be possible, if any legislative act would be needed, if it would be subject to Measure Y. So basically their motion was to bring to you to start that process to look into it. I would very much recommend splitting your motion into two, just like we've constructed here in our recommendation. So we understand how to move forward with CEQA, and then separate to that, do you want staff to go away and look at this harbor frontage concept and see what the limitations are, what potential options are, and what we would have to do to potentially consider other land uses.
Yeah.
And that could come back at a future council meeting where we could gather that information.
Right. Well, I don't think I need to break it into two. I think it's not part of the motion. So in other words, if this number 2 of the staff recommendation was to look at the feasibility of the harbor frontage, right, that's not part of my motion. If somebody wants to, if we want to vote on that motion and make another motion, that's okay. That's not part of my motion.
Yeah,
and the
that's
reason
fine.
why,
Yeah.
just said the reason why it's not part of my motion, if there, to the extent there's any ambiguity about that, is that's the golf course, right? That's Mesa Linda, harbor frontage, okay? And I just am very dubious that you've heard my feelings about enhancing the golf course. I'm very dubious that studying using a chunk of the golf course for a use other than golf is going to improve the golf course, okay? It's going to shrink the footprint of the golf course. So anyway, but
I think I understand what you're saying.
That's why I don't want to look
Your motion
at
is
it.
limited to the first item, to the envelope that we would continue to study under CEQA and the Planning Commission recommendation with some tweaks to it that we discussed.
Yeah.
You can vote on that motion, and then if another council member wants to make a different motion in relation to harbor frontage, that can happen.
Fair enough. Okay, so my motion does not include the frontage. You guys can vote against it if you want. Okay, but can we call for the question?
I just want to be 100% clear. So Ms. Green, do you understand the motion to be Planning Commission recommendation with a minimum acreage of open space of 14 acres? That's what we're voting on. Okay.
Ready? Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good. Excellent. So then, do we need to?
So Mayor, I have a question then
Yes.
about the follow-up. Because what I heard in the staff report was that we have contracted a $100,000 contract, which council never saw, to, as I understand it, analyze redesign and enhancements to the golf course. So what, if there's not direction on that from council, what's going on with that?
Yeah, so the on-call contract is for $100,000. The scope that we have right now is limited to analyzing the impacts from the secondary access. So that is what we know we have state funding for and that we can move forward with. Any other work to enhance the golf course or continue to study it would need a motion by the city council for direction.
But it's not on our agenda now.
And just to clarify, City Manager, what's your authority for entering contracts?
I can go ahead and answer that. It's $100,000. The city manager has that authority.
So we're within your right to execute a contract, because I wasn't aware of it either until today, but I'm not freaking out about it because it seems like it's within your authority. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And as I mentioned earlier, we understood in our early conversations when it made sense to look at land use scenarios that included a unit count above 2,300, that it did necessitate that secondary access, and it required us to engage the golf course operator in those discussions. And in having those discussions, it was clear that in order to talk to the community about this secondary access and impacts to the golf course, we needed to explain what it was going to look like. So that's why we engaged the golf course designer to identify the impacts. They targeted in on what holes exactly would be impacted and are looking at scenarios where holes are reconfigured with different pars and different lengths, and looking at a roadway design that is at grade, tunneled. All of that is part of our contract with the golf course consultant.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'm a little bit confused then about the scope, because it was first communicated that it's about impacts of the road, and now I'm hearing redesigns. So can you describe that a little bit more? And I am going to request a copy of the scope as well. And then can you clarify, since it's impacts of the road related to this project, that fits under the FDC scope. Is the $100,000 part of the FDC scope, or is that additional city budget?
So Councilmember Reynolds, yeah, I can explain. So the structure of the contract is it's an on-call contract, so it's not it's as needed. And then when we have an on-call contract, that's a not to exceed amount. So this contract was signed actually right around about a year ago when I started with the city. It was signed for up to 100,000, but when you have an on-call contract, and I'm sure a lot of council members are aware, if you have a task, that consultant provides you with a cost proposal for that task. And the task of analyzing what the impacts to the golf course with the secondary access road, that, I think it's ballpark like $25,000 or something. It's in that dollar range. And so what they're studying is if, I don't know if there's still the graphic up, but the secondary access road, the way it's laid out, the 6 holes, not all of them cross that road, but some of them do. And so the reconfiguration has to be in a way where we can, the golf course designer looks at where the road might be given topography, given alignment, and then looks at how the holes can be redesigned to replicate playability, the pars, spacing, safety, and all of that. And as interim city manager, Gallardo Daly mentioned also the road configuration. Are there tunnels? Because that plays into convenience for the players and things like that. And so that is all that we are spending right now. It's that ballpark, $25,000. That is within the scope of what the state grant funds can pay for. Now, that means that if the city were in need to look at golf course feasibility in addition to that, it's within that contract amount, we would get another cost proposal, whatever that amount would be, but that amount, we would have to find the funding in the city budget in order to analyze that, because at that point, it would be outside of the direct impacts that secondary road caused for those 6 holes. So I hope that structure helps a little bit. And as of right now, we do not have a set second cost proposal or anything like that. We've only used one task with that contract amount.
And so is there active work on what a reconfiguration would look like? Or is that something that you're considering additional?
The reconfiguration of the 6 holes in response?
Yeah.
Yes, so there have been...
modify to adjust to the additional road.
Yes, so there have been a couple of moving targets. In some of the alternatives that the council saw in the slide presentation tonight, the road alignments had some variations. And so while the planning team was working through those variations, they were in conversations with the golf course designer, to look at how the holes could be reconfigured. So that work has been ongoing this whole time. There hasn't been any work in earnest in terms of any other holistic conversations beyond dealing with the 6 holes that would be impacted by the secondary access road.
Okay. And the reason I am asking these, one, I do think transparency is important, so that the characterization that someone might be freaking out, wanting to have more information, just trying to get information as a council member about what's happening. Any CIP project, $25,000 for park design, we're very involved in, right? So I see this, what I was commenting on earlier when the mayor was making his motion is I think it's, well, I don't know what adjective to use. I don't want to just completely close the door to some other potential benefit that could be included in that redesign. So if there's an opportunity for a pocket park or a small coffee stand or other benefit in the corner as part of a carve out in this redesign. I'm not a golf course designer. I don't know how, but I don't think it goes all the way into like right angle corners of a lot, right? I think I understood your motion, Mayor, as completely shutting the door to any consideration like that. Which seems inconsistent with everything we've been talking about in terms of creating a vibrant space, sort of walkable spaces, opportunities for open space and recreation amenities. And so I would like to get to a place where, as part of conceptual redesigns of those 22 acres, staff can open the door to some things beyond strict golf center or golf course uses.
Okay.
Which you have to be a member or pay to take part in.
Okay, I'm not, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to respond.
Sure.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a couple things we're getting, I think, conflated here a little bit. There was, I saw it, right? Every council member and the member of the public can see it. There was a small scope work that was done by this guy, and I mentioned it earlier. It was like 5 of the 9 holes on the back 9 were 3 pars, and I mean, I looked at it and I'm like going, it won't fly, right? So any council member, send it to all the council members, please, right? There's, as a matter of transparency. I just want to be clear. We've passed the motion, that's fine. I just want to, for what it's worth, I'm just musing here. I don't want the city to redesign a golf course, all right? I want to say it again. I don't want the city to redesign a golf course. I don't want us to spend any money redesigning the golf course. That's up for the developer to do, right? As I understand it, we're creating a specific plan, and the specific plan is going to have some guidelines on it. It's definitely outside of our budget to redesign a golf course. That's going to be part of the project that's done by the developer, right? My point is, if there's not some language in the specific plan that addresses that and requires, as part of the specific plan, that the developer adequately addresses the impacts and enhances the golf course, I won't vote for it, right? As for the harbor frontage, if somebody wants to bring back an idea about the harbor frontage, anytime, let's get it on the agenda. Let's rock and roll. Let's look at it, right? It's just, for now, I just don't, it's not part of my motion, which passed unanimously. So do we need to talk about anything else? Can we, go ahead, you have the floor.
So to that point, though, if you're going to say that we might study it in the future or that it should be included, then don't we need to add it to the scope of the CEQA review now, even if we don't end up acting on it later?
No, because they would be on separate tracks. We have the track, which is this right in front of you, right, not including the pink space, that we would release an NOP for and we would continue to study. We could come back at a later time with some additional information about the harbor frontage, what the legislation says, what process would be if we did any other considerations for any other type of land uses in that area. And that would be on a separate track. While it would run parallel, it wouldn't complete at the same time as the FDC's.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
So I'd like to include study of harbor frontage for a later date, understanding that it might achieve a couple of goals. I think it expands the scope to be able to better do what you're asking for, which is to make sure that a future developer includes that portion of the redesign in their scope. And I think it achieves what Councilmember Reynolds is trying to get at. Is there something else? I'm not suggesting that you come back with a 22 square foot commercial building. I think we're very much focused on amenities that can be added to enhance the golf course at a future date and potentially create additional park space and other walkable amenities.
Okay.
Can you clarify the motion? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I want to study your thing.
Division. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to study the harbor frontage for open space and other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, second. I'm really confused about process here, and I'm glad we're talking it out because I think there's, out of 7 people, maybe 4 who don't know what's going on, and 4 who have
we have a
ideas.
motion by Councilmember Marr. Do we have a second? By
Yes, I seconded it.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yeah, because it's not on the board.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you seconded it, and have you said everything you want to say?
But I have questions about the process.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I have questions. So I heard the mayor say any redesign would be part of the developer's project. And then I heard Ms. McGill, right? It's really late, sorry. Say that we would study this on a separate track. So I'm just confused about process. So let me restate what's in my head right now. We just unanimously supported a motion to do an EIR, which, the bottom edge, most of that envelope is something that would require building a secondary access road, which absolutely would have impacts to the golf course. So it raises the question of how would we address the impacts to that golf course? And I think you've heard some different discussions. It sounds like some have already been had about what a redesign could look like. I'm gonna not address that now. When is what that redesign would look like be something that we put in the hands of the master developer selected by the state? I'm not surprised by that, because I would expect that we would want to.
I don't think we're going to solve that tonight. I just want to leave the door open for staff to bring it back so we can have that conversation in more depth, especially when we understand the terms of the golf course land use. What is the word I'm looking for?
The scope?
No, the deed. Thank
Deed
you.
restriction?
Once we understand the deed
Yeah.
restrictions, and let's bring that conversation back. Let's understand at that point what's in the scope of the developer, what the city would potentially be taking on, and whether there are any unused pockets or anything else that the mayor would be up for even discussing. But I guess my motion is just to bring it back so we can have that conversation in more depth, so we can be a little bit more specific about some of the things you're suggesting.
Yeah, okay.
So I can
That makes
understand how we can enhance 6 holes without changing the holes, but maybe upgrading the holes, but maybe not touching the other holes, because I'm still a little confused about that part. So I just want to leave the door open for staff to bring it back for a more robust discussion when it's not 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and if I may clarify really quickly, this pink area is deed restricted for open space. So the biggest question about bringing it back
Right.
is if there's interest from the city council in exploring other land use types, then we need to understand what implications that has for the deed restriction, for potential
And-
legislation action,
That's right.
all that.
And my point is, like, the scope of what I'm suggesting you're bringing back does not deviate from an open space mandate, but maybe has a couple different flavors we haven't talked about up here yet.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thanks. I don't know. We'll see if it even gets votes
Okay,
after all that.
are we ready to call for the question?
Motion fails 2-5 with
All right.
council members Pettis, Gameros, Bewley, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and Mayor Stevens voting no.
All right, let's move on to the next item. New business item number 1. Please read the title.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
What?
can I just, so now I still remain confused about the scope of how a golf course can be upgraded while not touching it by maybe making a developer do it, by us maybe not spending money. So I would ask the city manager to bring that back for further clarification, or maybe I just need to be educated about how you can upgrade something without designing it or owning it. So that's maybe on me. Thank you.
Thanks. What's the next? Please read the title for the next item.
Yes, this is the award of the Ketchum Liebel Park Expansion and Improvement Project, City Project Number 25-07, and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption, presented by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor, we'll pull up the presentation. Mr. Yang is going to make the presentation on this, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Floor, Mr. Yang.
Maybe I should wait. Perhaps I should wait or start. I mean, yeah. I mean, are you sure? Okay, all right. Okay. Good evening, council. My name is Sun Yang, and okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Almost, but we're playing.
We should have heard yours first.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Yang, you were right. Why don't you, could you start over? Could you do that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, that'd be terrific. Thank you. Now, where are the other council members? Yeah. All right. Let's move forward, yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of the City Council. Good evening. My name is Sung Yang, and I'm your city engineer. Given this later, I'll try to be very brief. No one wants to listen to me talk into the wee hours of the night. But I'm proud to present to you the award of the Ketchum-Libel Park Expansion and Improvement Project. Ketchum-Libel Park was constructed back in 2005 and it's located at 2150 Maple Street. It's named after the fallen police officers of James Dave Ketchum and also John Mike Leibold, whose lives were tragically lost back on March 10th, 1987 from a helicopter crash. Currently, it includes a playground, seating area, and benches, turf, and a concrete pad, which is also used by the city's mobile recreation van. In addition, we'll go into some preliminary design. The city contracted with Pat West and City Fabric in 2023 to conduct several community outreach meetings where we had preliminary park design that were discussed with the Parks and Community Services, or PACS Commission, back on August 10th of 2023. And city staff conducted a comprehensive RFP for design services, with the City Council approving Architectura as a consultant back on January 16th of 2024. So here's a brief outline of the community outreach and engagement that city staff has engaged upon. We had initial community engagement back on June of 2023. We had 3 pop-up events that was assisted by Pat West and City Fabric. We ascertained survey feedback. Some of the feedback included that people wanted better visibility and lighting, more grass, functional space for families, swings and climbers, large play structure, and more shade. We had a follow-up community workshop back on May 8th of 2024, and the participants responded through that engagement through neighborhood canvassing, community partners, social media. We had email notifications, contacted local schools and nearby businesses, park postings, and also we had a survey, and also including an online survey. In addition, staff also reached out to the Ketchum and Leibold families input and got their input during this course of action. Here's the conceptual design. I'd like to add that this conceptual design was approved by the City Council back in July 16th of 2024. And here's another rendering of the architect's rendering of the conceptual design. And in terms of the procurement, we had a bid opening back on August 21st. The contractor is Elegant Construction, which, by the way, has done similar park projects in cities of Irvine, Tustin, and Lake Forest. The contract amount is a little over $2.5 million. Our timeline for construction is December of 2025 through the summer of 2026. So in terms of funding, we're getting $2.5 million being allocated for this project, $1.2 million from State Assembly Member Cardi Petrie Norris, $1 million from Capital Improvement Fund, CIP, about $250,000 from Prop 68 per capita grant, close to $50,000 from the Park Development Fees Fund, and we expect additional funding from savings from completed projects and also from future budget appropriations. So we recommend, that staff recommends, I should say, that making finding of a CEQA category exemption, adopt plans and specs and working details, award a public works agreement, PWA, and authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the PWA with future amendments to the agreement. That concludes my presentation, and staff is open to answering questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Well done. Any questions? Councilmember
I
Bueller.
got to ask a couple. Where it says additional funding from savings from completed projects, I'm just curious, is that, do we actually do jobs that come in on time, under budget?
Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that question.
Director Sethuraman, I want you to answer that.
Yes, we do have projects that do come under budget. The one that we are going to rely on for almost $250,000 is the completed police department remodel of our range. That came into $50,000 under budget. So that's going to pay for quite a bit of this one. And there are other projects underway that we will have savings down the road that we'll intend to use. The reason why we don't need all the money is because the additional money, almost $300,000, is for contingency. It's only if the project goes over budget, then our change order, we need that money. But at this time, we don't anticipate that need.
Okay, well, kudos to you and staff, and again, since I won't even say it, but I had no idea that where you guys do that good, so applause to you. So, okay, that was my only question. When I saw that line there, I thought it was just a throwaway line, you're just fishing, or is there something to back it up? Thank you.
That is the quintessential softball question by an old softball coach, okay? Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Let's open it up to the public. All right, I don't see anybody. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. We have a motion. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, second. Do you have anything to say with respect to your motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just real briefly, I want to make really 4 quick points. First of all, I want to thank staff so much for your diligent work on this project. It's been a long time coming for District 4, and I'm finally see it kind of come to the final stage of its completion. I want to thank Assemblyman Carpintores for giving us the grant funding to help us start off this process. It's really important for CMPD to always remember, acknowledge those officers who have fallen, and it's always my honor to say that its park lies in my district, and I know this will be a very beautiful project for everyone to experience. And the most exciting part of this project, in my opinion, is the fact that this is going to be the cornerstone for a bigger imagining of Victoria Street. So for a lot of reasons, it's a great project, but I'm happy we're finally here.
Councilmember Mar?
Nothing to add, thank you.
All right, excellent. Well done. When's it going to be done?
Summer of next year.
Summer of next year. Excellent.
2026.
All right, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Andrea.